terms of your being able to use the tapes and the transcripts, you'll have a chronological approach to African American history here, and then we'll have the second part of the interview that will deal with the modern civil rights movement dating back to the 30s and 40s.
People and events and movements who you were directly involved with and directly knew.
And so we thought we'd spend time this afternoon doing that, and then again tomorrow morning. So if there are things that occurred to you overnight that you'd want to bring up, then we could come back and focus on those tomorrow.
What time we're scheduled for tomorrow?
At your convenience.
Would you want to say 9 or 10?
The renowned folk carver Ulysses Davis
Oh, yeah.
is being funeralized at 10, and I'm required to stay. So that won't be over until about 11 or shortly thereafter.
Well, let's see what we can do this afternoon and kind of play it by ear.
For tomorrow, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that I would just deal with either noon or 1 o'clock. That's what's going to be the situation.
Okay.
You said you were not you said you were a native Savannah. How long has your family been here?
Oh, since the beginning. We go back.
Is that right?
Initial blacks.
Be curious to know what was told of to you as a child of the history of Black Savannah.
Well, we'll get a little of that. I'm a strong believer in the oral because that's all I heard locally. My people came out of the early church here, and the church, of course, had annual anniversaries where the most articulate and the person with the greatest pride and memory would always relate the history of the church. I heard of that. I was born in a house where we lived with our grandmother, and there will be others who would come who had slave experience, and I would overhear their conversations. We had a voter who was a veteran of the Civil War, so I knew and played with the things that he brought back from the war, although it was almost 60 years later.
Where in Savannah was that, Mr. Law,
What is that?
that you grew up? What neighborhood?
Well, first, I was born at 614 West Gwinnett. After a year or two, shortly after, a year later, after the birth of my sister, we moved to a row of houses that had been built by Beth Ryder's father, 33rd Street.
And what about either of your parents' background or education or influence on you as you were growing up, or the influence of others?
That's a long story because all of the wonderful people, the whole neighborhood, the whole church, all of these people had influences. But I guess we have to start somewhere, and we grew up in my grandmother's house. Her name was Lilibel Wallace. It was her married name. She had been a Johnson, Sarah Johnson's child, and they had been long-time members of the First Bryan Church. They had been part of the church since its early beginning, and when there was a split in the congregation and the larger portion moved to the First African site on Franklin Square, our people remained in Yamacraw under the leadership of pure black, a man whose African lineage was pure, a man named Adam Johnson, and continued the church on the original site. They were very proud that they were on what they call the landmark or the original site of the church. But my grandmother was a very strong woman. The men in our family had a tendency to die early in the life of the family. My grandmother was left, or my grandfather on my mother's side was Frank Wallace, who had been born in Hampton County, South Carolina, and he came into the city as a baker. My grandmother's family were the Johnsons, and they were the Yamacraw, or the local branch of the family, whose roots went deep into the history and the work of the First Bryan Church. My grandfather was a baker, and he baked for what was Nugent Bakery. The Nugent Bakery was located at Bryan Street, right where we are now, just right where we are now. It was down on the block, further down, just across Jefferson, moving toward Montgomery. The bakery was in the basement of the house, and the Nugents lived upstairs. My mother was born, she was the oldest of the children born to Little Belle Johnson Wallace and to Frank Wallace, the oldest child to survive. There had been other children, but all had died, either in childbirth or shortly thereafter. And my grandfather had died after the third child. I think my uncle was about 3 years old when my grandfather died. Left my grandmother with 3 children. She had been working for the telephone company at that time, perhaps as a custodian or the cleanup woman or something. But she quit that job and went and came home to take care of the children and to see that they were off to school. So she took in washing and ironing and did the laundry for such people as Charles Ellis, who had charge of one of the, I think it was Mutual Fertilizer Company, and also I remember the president of the Board of Education, Judge Gordon Saucy, who had been an early coach at the University of Georgia and was then the lawyer here and the judge of ordinary. And he lived at the corner of, well, the Ellis's were at 35th Street near Richard Arnold School, across from Richard Arnold School. Judge Saucy lived across the street from Albert Stoddard at the corner of Gaston and Whitaker. I remember as a small child pulling the wagon, delivering laundry, those spotlessly clean and pressed shirts, particularly that my grandmother was noted for, in a basket or a box to the back doors of those homes. My grandmother was a remarkable person. She had said to have been born with a veil, so she had the ability to foretell and foresee into the future. Our house was visited by many of the people who had known her down through the years, and others that she vaguely sometime would refer to as cousins and what have you. But she was also visited by white women who would have had troubles, who had troubles. I remember 2 or 3 of them who visited very frequently. And I observed my grandmother performing what the fortune tellers and the psychiatrists all now do in various ways. She would be able to console these people and to give advice and to do things of that sort. But she was highly a devout Christian. And I can recall many of the practices in her home. One was that she had tremendous power in prayer. And usually there was a prayer band in the church or a missionary society of some sort. And she was the person whose chore it was to often do the praying. She could really bring the Holy Spirit into any gathering that she was a part of. Practice was in her day that she would leave her house at 409 West 33rd early and would be down at the Yamacraw Church at sunrise, where the sunrise prayer services took place. She had a practice of cooking on Saturday and not lighting the stove on Sunday. But I heard from her the things that I learned from my grandmother were mainly the folk tales she would tell us in the evenings. She would entertain when the work in the wash tub or on the ironing board was not too much. She had a practice every day. At the end of the day, she would read a Bible. And invariably, more times than little, it was the 14th chapter of John. I heard her read it so many times that to this day I can about quote from memory the entire chapter. But she would tell us the stories of Brother Rabbit. And then by lamplight she would make the animal and the shadows of the animals with the lamp, and sometimes accompany the story with the movement of the animals across the walls of the house from shadows. She would teach us many of the games and folk songs of her early childhood. Frog went a-courting and he did ride, songs of that kind. And the most impressive thing that I remember in growing up in our grandmother's house, now she died before I was 12 years old, so that they had to be a very lasting impression. But the first books I saw were books of black history and about black people, even before I went off to school. There was Sims' history of the first colored church in North America, Booker Washington's Up from Slavery, and I even, as a young lad, remember the sermons, the collected sermons of the great British evangelist, I believe, named Russell. And these books were there. She and my mother both had, well, it's not tradition, because I was 50 years old, and my 5th grade teacher, who lived just 3 or 4 doors from our house, where I now live, called me there and sat on the porch, and she told me, I knew that I had known that my 5th grade teacher had been a neighbor and a friend of my grandmother, because Miss Ross, who was then married and was Mrs. Millage. Miss Ross lived just on Carla Street, just a half block around the corner from where we had lived on Gwinnett. And they both at that time were members of Bryan Church. Miss Ross later, after she had gone off to school and became a school teacher, she left the Baptist church and became an Episcopal pagan. But they had been their friends in their young days, and she told me 50 years after my birth that she had been present when I was born on January 1st in 1923, and that she'd been present when I was delivered by the midwife, and she said my grandmother knelt at my birth and prayed that I would one day be a leader of our people. And she said that she knew that if Lilibel was alive today, she'd be proud because her prayers were answered. The house we lived in on 33rd, where my younger sister, the three of us were born, my younger sister must have been born about 1927 or 28. About 26 or 27. We were then living at 33rd Street in the houses built by William and Ralston Latimer. Those houses were just 2 streets removed from what had been the city limits in 1900. And up until that time, blacks had lived in rental property of 4 rooms. But the Latimer houses, as well as the houses along 33rd, 31st, were the first houses rental that had 5 rooms to them. My grandmother was not able to pay the rent for the house herself, so she always maintained a front room where we did not go except when company come, or in evenings when she felt like it, she would play the organ and we would sing church hymns. Then on the other side was her bedroom in the front, and behind it was my mother and father's bedroom, and the 3 children all stayed in that one room. And across the hall from us was the room of her boarder, because it took all of that to make the very small rent of that time. And during my early childhood, the boarder was a Mr. Abraham Barnard, who was at that time the secretary of one of the Negro Masonic lodges, and a man who we looked up to because he at least owned real estate. He owned several houses about the city, including the houses I remembered on a high hill at Gwinnett Street, just off Stiles Avenue. But he had been in the in the Civil War, and his uniform was in a trunk, along with a sword. He must have been, I don't know whether he was a drummer boy or an actual soldier. He was probably a drummer boy because there was a drum. And there was not enough rooms in the 4-room plus kitchen. Did not have closets and what have you, so that anything that was stored had to be stored in what we call a chifferole, or else it would be pushed in boxes or something underneath the bed. Well, his big trunk with all of his Civil War paraphernalia was kept underneath the house, and And since we, as children, had to play in the yard, except on the days that my grandmother hung the white clothes, on those days we had to play on the front stoop and could not leave the porch until the evening. Playing in that yard, I would venture underneath the house and would get into Mr. Barnett's uniform, or play with his drum, or drill around the yard with his gun, or his sword. So all of this whet my appetite for history and for the kinds of involvements of uniform groups which were all very popular in that day and time. At 33rd Street, we lived just a half block from West Broad, and West Broad was the route that the funeral processions would take going to Laurel Grove Cemetery. And as a result, during my growing up, my early childhood, I saw the last of the band funerals, and with the horse carriage, the horse pulling the wagon with a small enclosure on top of it with glass on the side with the coffin and draped windows. And the 20s of my youth was the heyday of the Negro fraternities and societies. And as a result, the Masons would come in solemn black suits with white aprons. But the most colorful of all the groups and the largest of all, of course, the Odd Fellows were there. Then there was also the Good Samaritans. But the large group was the plume hats of the Knights of Pythians, with swords and very colorful and decorative uniforms. But the Pythians also had the uniform ranks, which was actually a military group that drilled in precise precision with everything. So they were the real largest of all of the groups. But all of these groups would turn out for the funerals of their members. And because the funerals seemed to give such prestige to the black community, people who were of means and those who could make the sacrifice maintained membership in as many of these burial societies and fraternal orders as they possibly could. And as a result, there were people that when they died, and because they were in so many of these organizations, the businesses along West Broad Street would have to close in order that all of the members could turn out. The barber shops would be closed, the shops, everybody would close in order to perform or to appear in the procession of these great funerals. My grandmother had visitors, many, and the older people who would come, I would overhear conversation in which characteristically they would talk about their age. The older people of my day and time did not, of my youth, did not give you precise dates. They oftentimes did not know when they were born, but they would identify their age by natural phenomena. The night of a great storm, or the night that the star fell from the sky, or some other natural phenomena would be the way in which they would indicate. And of course, you could just about calculate what their ages were, or they would say that I was a big-sized girl when so-and-so when the war came, or something of the sort. But I overheard those stories about their early childhood, about their slave experience. And during my growing up in my grandmother's house, which meant that it had to be in the 20s, because we left her house about 31. The talk most often heard, perhaps, was the failure of the black bank, the wage earners savings, that failed during the Depression. It was a bank started by blacks in the city in 1909, and in 1912 they built a building that was designed by one of the most prominent black architects of that time, a man who had finished the University of Ithaca and was on the campus. He was one of the small group of men that gathered and formed Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. His name was Vernon Tandy. He was an architect, and he drew the plans for the Wage Earners Savings and Loan Company here in Savannah. And the plans were for a bank, a department store, and a hotel. Because of the Depression, they only got the bank up, and the rest of the plans were never executed. But the feeling for thrift and for black enterprise was very strong at Savannah. At the same time, I think Pace and a great number of fellows were starting business and had some activity going along Auburn Avenue. We had the same thing taking place with mainly a man by the name of Walter Scott, who had been a student at Tuskegee and was in the last class actually taught by Booker Washington. He came back and he was of free lendage. His father had been a barber for white folk in the old Pulaski Hotel, which was the hotel of the planters during the antebellum period. And they had acquired some means. And Walter Scott came back from Tuskegee, tried to organize department stores and one thing after another. But he had a bank across the street, and when the Depression came, the wage earners was forced to close his doors when blacks made immediate demand upon for withdrawals. And when that happened, the wage earners, after a time, had to close their doors, and blacks turned around and went across the street and made immediate demands on Scott's bank, which was fairly sovereign. But when he had likewise that kind of rush, he had to likewise to close his doors. And he lost the bank, but to his resounding credit, when the Depression was over, he bought the property that had been the Wage Earners Bank and established an insurance company that became a moderately successful insurance, mainly in Georgia. The Guarantee Life Insurance that was later bought by the Atlanta Life Insurance under its present president. In his present merger effort, he bought the Atlanta Life has bought the Jacksonville, I think, insurance, one further out in Louisiana or someplace there. He bought the Savannah, and one or two, I think, even in the Midwest. But that basically is the kind of setting and background that I came up in. My father was a mechanic, automobile mechanic, and worked at a garage at the corner of Bryant and Abercorn. And he lost that job when the Depression came. This was a period in Savannah where, when times got hard, employers were taking jobs that blacks had formerly had and were giving them to whites who needed them. So my father lost his job, was not able to find anything else, and later, shortly thereafter, developed a heart condition. And we moved about 2 or 3 years before my grandmother's death in 35, I believe. We had moved to a house further down the street. Interestingly enough, the street name changed 2 blocks from our house and became Bismarck. We were living in Bismarck Court, number 10. And this is where we had our house, and my mother and father lived there. And my father, after losing his job as a mechanic, unable to find other work, he helped out and drove for a black barber who was very successful and worked on his car, but that was not enough to support himself, and he developed a heart condition. And he was on medication and finally was confined to the bed. My mother tells us that she would carry his pills to him every morning, and that he would hold the pill under his tongue, and when she would leave, he would throw it to the left side of the building near the wall. And after his death, she found all of the pills that she had fed him. I think he probably had lost his will to live, not seeing any way in which he could support his family. He was a farm boy. He'd come to the city from Dooley County, and his father had a large number of boys, as rural families did then, in order to have more plows in the field. Later I did not know any of his people until after his death. Died in 32. My mother then had to go to work to support 3 small children, of which I was the oldest, 9, a sister 8, and a sister 3 years younger. So she had to go to work, and it was rather hard, so that she one day was going through his letters and things, and she came across a letter that apparently his mother had written him. The only time he ran away from home as a boy, got tired of working from sunup to sundown in the field, and the only time he returned to the farm was at the death of his mother. That's the only time we ever known him to leave, to go back. Well, she found letters, and she then communicated with his father and stepmother, and they agreed to have us come to relieve my mother in the summer, because she was then working for W.W. Sprigg, who was the head of the sugar refinery. And of course, the Spriggs, the first part of the summer, would always go to Tybee Island for the summer, and it meant that after my mother had cleared away the dinner dishes, she could leave on Thursday on what they called a half day. And so we saw her once a week on Thursday, and the neighbors would watch out for us in the house. And she she had a friend who we would go in the day and stay with, and in the evening we would have to come home. And she taught me how to prepare the meals so that I, at the age of 9, would be able to feed my 2 sisters. And of course, when she found that address and communicated with my father's people, as I recall, he must have had 4 or 5 other brothers. I knew about 4 of them. Wally, John. There must have been about 5 boys and 2 girls. Essie and I can't remember the other name, but the 2 girls. But there was a big family. And my mother was happy that they offered to take us in the summer. We went to Dooley County. The train, Seaboard, went through such towns as Abbeville, Seaville, and would end up at Cordele. It was as close as it got. And they would meet us in the wagon at Cordele and bring us down to Vienna, and then pass Senator Walter George House on to the farm. And we would stay there all summer. And of course, it meant it was no picnic, because it meant that we got up at sunrise and went to the field. I learned that first summer how to chop cotton, how to chop corn, pull fodder, shake peanuts, pick cotton, plant potatoes, and everything else. And when the summer was over, we were then carried back to the train and came home after, because the Spriggs would stay half of the summer at Tybee, and in midsummer they would go to the mountains of North Carolina, at Asheville. And their place was at a place called Skyland. And so my mother would be away then for half of the summer completely. And so we stayed in the house until she found my grandparents. We stayed in the house while she was at Tybee. And then when they would go to the mountains, it was then necessary for us to spend the time with a lady named Miss Ida. And then in the evening we would go home to go to bed and prepare ourselves for school the next morning. But I soon developed responsibility and began to realize that my mother was working too hard and that I had to rush and finish whatever education I would so that I could sit her down and that she would not have to work. So it meant going through school winter and summer after I had finished and of course during the school year I maintained my schoolwork with an afternoon job, first with newspapers, and then on the weekend cleaning yards and raking leaves. Tell people very interestingly, there were many people who would provide work, but one of the people, I was the yard boy for Judge Gaston's parents.
That's our Judge Gaston.
Yes, that's correct. Then
Which schools did you go to, Mr. Long?
when I entered school at the age of 6, I first went to Primer because born in January, when I became 6, I could not enter for about 6 months almost, because school had opened in September, and then you couldn't enroll again until next September. So if I became 6 in January, I'd have to wait. And so she sent me first to the primer, which was at the Catholic school, St. Mary's. Stayed there a little while. I don't know whether she was able to keep me the whole term, because my mother then was working for $4 a week for the Spriggs. That's all they were paying for the housework. And she had to, after the death of my father, she had to rent out half of the 4 rooms that we had in order that someone would be able to share. And a girlfriend of hers, Miss Amelia McKeever, who likewise was in the domestic service, took one of the rooms, and they shared the rent. At that time, it was my room was the hallway of the house. We would block off a portion of the hallway, and that's where I slept on a cot leading out to the porch. And of course, after primer, I went to Carla. Carla there were only 3 schools on the whole west side for blacks at that time: West Broad, Maple, and Carla in the elementary grades. And Carla had become, all of the schools were on double session, and Carla had become overcrowded. And they, on the year that I became 6, in 1929, they completed the Florence Street School. But when they drew the lines, I was at 33rd Street. We were nearer to Florence Street School than we were to Carla. But the lines came somewhere along there, and so I spent my first 3 years at Carla, and then after 3 years at Carla, I came to Florence for 4, 5, and 6, and then went back to Carla for junior high and senior high. And by that time, they had also brought Beach High from the east side, and they combined them sometimes around World War II as Beach Carla. But the Carla School was the first building erected completely for the education of blacks. Up until that time, this city had not built a colored school. They, from freedom until 65, until 1874, they had rented rooms mainly in the parish house of the Colored Episcopal Church, and rooms in the First African and the First Bryan churches, and other rooms around. That was basically it. And of course, George Durane, who was a descendant of the Wormslow plantation folk, he gave the Scarborough House and deeded it as a school for persons of African descent, with a proviso that if it ever was not used for the education of the blacks, that it was to return to the heirs. And he likewise began work for the acquiring of an East Side school, which was the old Fairlawn plantation. And I believe before he completed that real estate transaction, he died. But his wife carried out the intent so that we, in the early days, had the West Broad School and then the East Broad. But they both had been residents. The Maple Street School had been a church. And then, of course, the Paulson Street School had been a shirt factory. And then the Anderson School was a large labor hall. But it was not until 1950 that this community got around to build a school for school purposes, for the education of blacks.
You were saying something about working for the Gadsdens before.
Oh, I was just a yard boy. On Saturday, I'd make some money cleaning up the yard. And sometimes there were other things that you might want to do.
Now, was it in high school that you first encountered the NAACP, or had you had some kind of contact with the NAACP before that time?
Well, bear in mind that because of the kind of family I grew up in, where there was a strong sense of community responsibility, I think that it had been handed down mainly through our grandmother. But my mother was a tremendous inspiration. I saw the kind of things that she was willing to do. Now, before she went off to domestic service while my father was alive, because of what he got as a mechanic, it was no great sum. She made all of our clothes, made her own clothes, did sewing for others, and this kind of thing, so that she was able to supplement his income. And as a child, I remember there was cough medicine and what have you that had various kinds of promotionals that you could get so many wrappers and do an essay on why you like so-and-so and win pots and things of that kind. I was impressed because she oftentimes would bring these kinds of things that she got as results of writing. And likewise, as I reflect back, I know that my earliest toys were not, somewhat influenced by my grandmother because we were in her house. She didn't allow my mother to bring in any circular records. My mother had developed some popular records, but she had to play them at somebody else's house. She couldn't play them in my grandmother's house. It was a Christian home, and she did not have any of that. But, and my mother tells me that while I was a small boy, I wanted a cowboy suit. And I remember the cowboy suit. And she didn't know it, but she bought a suit representing the sorriest cowboy on the screen at that time, Hoot Gibson. And my grandmother, at Christmas, when I got the cowboy suit, she took the pistols. So there I was a cowboy, all right, but I didn't have any pistols. And the earliest toys, though, that I remember was a blackboard that had a whole set of beads that ran across. It was one of the standing up blackboards. Had a set of beads that permitted you to learn to count by moving the beads. And above that were below that were the alphabets that you could use to write on the board. So that the games that I learned very early had to do with writing on the blackboard or playing school on the steps, where you would move from the first step to the second grade, third grade on up, and remain on second if you missed the piece of broken glass in your hand or the question asked or whatever it was.
We had talked, I had asked if, when you became aware of or interested.
Well, as results of that, I saw the parades. Grandmother didn't allow us to go in the streets. I was a little bit late joining Boy Scouts, but that was always a desire to be a Boy Scout. And then the World War I veterans were present, and they began to form youth groups to assist them with their parade. They organized a drum and bugle corps. I got a bugle, and I was in the drum and bugle corps. I was a Boy Scout and rose in the ranks. And that's the story within itself. And then along came Dr. Rathmar Gilbert, who the NAACP, I had read about NAACP through the Courier and the Tribune and other black papers.
So your family would get the Courier here?
The Tribune was the major paper among blacks in this town. I even sold the Tribune. I had a route. I've been working since I was 10 years old. My mother said when I was 10, she had a birthday, and I wanted to get her a present. So I went out and found some work. Somebody gave me 40 cents, and I bought 4 plates at 10 cents each. And gave her, and that's the number of people she had to feed herself and the plate. And to this day, we have 2 of those plates.
So who is this man you were just mentioning?
Dr. Rathmar Gilbert was a dramatist, and in the early 40s, the colored PTA wanted to raise some money. So they contract with him to come to the city and to put on a religious drama. He came into the city and staged the play. And the folk liked him, and they began to interview him. There was a vacancy in the pastorate, the pulpit at First African. And he was called as the pastor of the First African Church. The NAACP was dormant. It was not active. The NAACP had been formed in 1917 by James Weldon Johnson. He came south. He formed the Atlanta NAACP, the Savannah NAACP, the Jacksonville, maybe not the Jacksonville, but I know the Tampa. All these about 1917. And when the branch had operated for a while, but during the Depression, everything kind of folded and closed down. Because as I look at it now, when hard times came, blacks at that time were not paying any more in the way of dues of 10, 15, and 20 cents. And if that kind of money was needed to buy the rice, and rice was no more than 10, 15, 20 cents, and meat and eggs, they did not have money to maintain membership in organizations. So that there was a dropping off. But Dr. Gilbert came, and he found that there was no NAACP. And one of the first things, as pastor of First African, he immediately set forth to revive the NAACP and to revive. There had been a YMCA earlier that had not remained for long. But we were then entering into World War II. And he realized that the way to do it was to form a USO and then serve and get the appeal and support, and then have that evolve. It was a USO YMCA. And after the war, when there was no longer a need to serve the soldiers, it would become the citizens' facility.
Where did Dr. Gilbert come from?
He seemed to have been a native of Indiana, Gary, Indiana. But he came to us from New York. Talk is that Adam Clayton Powell Jr. had kind of gotten interested in him and had kind of directed the people here to look at this young man. Dr. Gilbert was probably the most courageous and talented person to have located in Savannah during perhaps the 20th century. And he has not been given his due as a state leader because he was not in Atlanta. Just like me and all the rest in the civil rights struggle have served their areas just as well. But the whole attention is always given to Atlanta. But Dr. Gilbert revived the Savannah NAACP. He then called a state meeting of the existing NAACPs at that time. There was Savannah, Atlanta, Albany, and Columbus. Those were the only NAACPs in Georgia. He called a meeting of those groups and he formed a state association. He's the first president. He then began on his own to ride throughout county by county Georgia and revive and organize where they had not existed before. He is the man who created the whole NAACP structure in Georgia.
I know by 1946 there are many, many more chapters than there were in 1940.
That's correct. He created them all. He created them all. And when, as a pastor, when he couldn't go, he would send his wife to speak at mass meetings. And as a result, he created a state organization with branches in perhaps as many as 50-odd branches before he let it go.
This is in the early to mid 40s.
That's correct, yes. And then he found Dr. Brewer and Primus King trying to do something about the white primary. So Dr. Gilbert took that as a state NAACP project, and it was he who led the fight to break down the white primary in Georgia.
Well, tell me what you know about that story. I mean, I know the Primus King case, and I know Dr. Brewer was also from Columbus, right?
That's correct.
And Dr. Brewer helped put up the money for the case, is that right? Bring the case?
Well, no, now, initially, Dr. Brewer is the man who took Primus King. Primus King was a preacher, I believe a barber, but not extremely blessed with a whole lot of leadership powers or anything of that sort. But Dr. Brewer was, in turn, a very bold and courageous man. So he took King and he worked in attempting to establish a case. But the important ingredient that I am making here was that it was Gilbert who gave it statewide support, and it was these branches who were able to help finance. Dr. Brewer would not have been able to finance the ultimate fruition of a case to bring about the white primary, but it was Gilbert who gave it that kind of support and that kind of assurance of success.
Had Brewer been active in the Columbus chapter, the Columbus branch of the...
Well, no, I'm sure. But the leader of the Columbus branch at that time was a man named W.M. Thomas, who was an insurance man, who was a manager of an insurance company. Now, Gilbert revived the NAACP in this town, went about the state organizing NAACP branches, and created a state conference. Then came also into the city, he organized the YMCA. He initiated an effort to carry out the will of Adeline Grimm, who had built and operated a group of apartments called the Graham Apartments at the corner of State and Abercorn, just behind Levy Department Store. She left in her will money to be used for the creation of an orphanage for Negro girls. Dr. Gilby, hearing that this bequest had been made, he then began to circularize a letter and to bring people together to see if we could not form a group that would be able to carry out this will so the bequest would not be lost. As a result of his efforts, he was able to introduce a great number of black women, including the AKAs, that resulted in the formation of an orphanage that we now call Greenbrier Children's Center. He went on, and of course his real gift was drama. He had been a Morehouse graduate, and he continued and established a tradition to perform a passion play at Easter time on the crucifixion of Christ. It was called the Crucifixion. And then he established another passion play on the birth of Christ, the Nativity. And then he created another play based on the prodigal son. But these dramas were important because they exposed young blacks and older blacks to drama and to an activity that even the schools had not done very much about. So people came from all of the churches and to these rehearsals, and the plays, as he would have them being passion plays, there were as many as 100 people in the choir, a great number of people in the mob, and what have you. And they ended up being religious observances on sunrise at Easter, just before Christmas, and what have you. And it involved all of the churches, and a great number of people would tell you that their music exposure or their drama exposure, and of course he taught elocution, pronunciation, and dramatic expression and gestures. And so that was good. He found that there was a real need for political activity, so he created within the NAACP a voter registration committee, and that committee went about meeting with every group, the lodges, the Elks, the Masons, the PTAs, everywhere we could get a speaker, and they would talk about getting people registered to vote. And he built momentum in voter registration, and then realized once the Primus King case was won that it was necessary to form a political organization. So he then created the Citizen Democratic Club of Savannah.
Okay.
And that had served as that president for a while and turned it over to John. No, he did not serve as president. He, again, was a very broad kind of person. He did not feel as though that as a preacher or because of his NAACP leadership, he designated the man who had been the voter registration chairman of the NAACP, John McLaughlin.
Right.
He became the president of the Citizen Democratic Club.
You just mentioned Mr. McLaughlin, who I gather also was the same individual who brought a suit against the tax commissioner who had been resisting the voter registration drives.
Well, McLaughlin, in his role as chairman of the voter registration committee, he was self-employed. He ran the grocery store at the corner of Bolton and West Broad grocery store, and he lived in the back of the store with his wife and two daughters, so that when he was not in the store, his wife could sit there and operate it, so that his business did not have to close. And whenever it was necessary for him to be at the courthouse, whenever we had a group of people who were being registered, he could be on the scene. Once we won the primary case,
Promise King case.
and the white primary was no more. As one would expect, the resistance was in placing blacks on the voters list. We had a registrar person, was a man named Cabell, and he and his crowd, in those days you had to answer the 20 questions satisfactorily. And of course, there were two windows, one for the white registered and one for the blacks. Oftentimes there was one person doing the registering, so they would work at the white window, and you would just stand there until there were no more white folk to register, or else they just would be so embarrassed that they would come over and make an effort to get you registered. Well, committees from the voter registration committee would meet with Mr. Cabell in an effort to get him to improve the condition and to get a softening of his attitude. We'd go down with people, and we'd stand, and of course they would do everything possible to discourage. And of course the other way was to do everything you could to just put enough on to give an indication, some semblance of an indication that that's the only number that are qualified and the others were not qualified. But it really became a resistance effort because, as I heard you talk about what happened on voting, we had the hurdle first to even get on the rolls, and they were not enthusiastic about registering blacks, and they used every means that they could. I had been a member of the NAACP before there was a youth group. The year that Dr. Gilbert formed the NAACP, reformed the adult group, I joined. And then in 1942, a year or two later, when he had Ella Baker come to the city, who was then the director of branches and youth work. She came to the city, and the principal at the Beach Collar was Martin G. Haynes, who was very supportive. And we were able to organize the youth council right there in the high school. And it became a badge of honor, and practically every student in the school joined. And at that time, when Ella left, we were recognized as being the largest youth council in the country. And we had practically every student in the school. There's that historic picture of the whole student body in front of the school with Ella Baker, Dr. Gilbert, and the teachers who were the youth advisors and what have you all in the group. But that happened, and then our youth council took a interest in voter registration because Ellis Arnold
Right.
reduced the age to 18.
To the University of Georgia situation.
So that we began to encourage in the school young people to register and to vote. Then the Youth Council took on itself, mainly Clifford Hardwick III, who is now a member of City Council, and myself. We had a method of going downtown and working the square in front of the courthouse. And you would see people come through the square on other business. They would, "Oh, you registered to vote? Why don't you walk over here and take a minute and register to vote?" But it wasn't easy. Cabell did not desire to see any increase in the black registrants, so he used every resistant method that he possibly could.
Did he use violence?
I said,
Did he use violence?
didn't have to. The law at that time still required you to answer the 20 questions to his satisfaction. And that's where the rub came. You didn't have to use violence because there was the simple thing of intimidating you. Poor blacks, many of the people that we had seen had never had any relationship, in spite of, I read these stories now about what white folk did, but the vast majority of blacks in this town had very little relationship with whites other than the collector, the rent collector who came, or the insurance man, and there was never a case where they had to go and stand up before a white person or something, maybe the one or two people that they worked for. And those relationships in many cases ended up being very cordial fairly cordial, because those white folks soon realized they had to depend on these people that they were in constant contact with.
But never in a situation
no.
like going up before
No. And they were hostile because you didn't have to use violence. If you call a black man a nigger, that was as demeaning and as hurtful as anything, because we had long been trained and taught that anybody could be a nigger. It's a low person, and he could be white, black, or anything else. But when you went before the 20 questions and realized that the guy who was asking the question had to look on the page in order to get the answer himself, and he's already registered and is administering the test. We then, as a part, when I became president in 1950, we were still in the same struggle. And we then had a second registrar who was a bit of a four-flusher, but the Cabell had already been removed, but it still wasn't easy because many of the blacks that we were registering could write their names, but they were not sophisticated enough to know who was president, vice president of the United States. You see, a whole lot of people would have difficulty now. And recall who was vice president, even if they knew about Bush. And then who was the Secretary of State for Georgia, you see, and how many counties are there in Georgia, what's the county seat, this, and all kinds of irrelevant questions that have nothing to do with your voting for the mayor or for the governor of the state. And these questions were there. And so in 1950, we started a school and the various churches. We had the questions printed, and that we would hold sessions in the churches. This is the year that I became president.
Yeah.
And then we would drill the people on the answers to the questions, and then when they felt strong enough, we would then take them to register and to vote. But without a doubt, the work was vigorous, and a large number of people developed the interest in registering and then finally in voting.
I'd be curious to talk about both the 46 campaign and the 50 campaign in more detail in terms of strategies, tactics, organizational structure, how you overcame these hurdles you're talking about?
Well, you must realize that Savannah was under one-man domination.
Kennedy.
No, this was Johnny Boyne.
Okay.
He was the boss of the machine. It was the Irish control. And he was boss, and he had named all of the mayors of the town from Thomas Gamble on. And the way he maintained control was that if he gave you a job at the city, then you had to be responsible for voting all of your family members and what have you. And so that they remained in control, and there was hardly any resistance up until the forming of the JCs. The JCs came in on the scene, young white boys, who began to advocate city management, government. And finally, the idea took, and it was John Kennedy who was the city management candidate. He was the first mayor who was willing to hire a city manager and not be the figurehead and run the city with Johnny Boyne behind manipulating.
And then what was the Citizens Progressive League that comes in right around that time?
Well, that's the political arm that grew up out of the Kennedy. They ran a slate against the Boyne machine, and with the help of these young JCs who wanted to see city government, city management,
Right.
they supporting the Kennedy ticket, and blacks who were for kicking out the old rascals. And the Kennedys having promised that they would form a Negro advisory committee, that it was not possible then to run a black on their slate, but they ran a whole slate of people who, with few exceptions, were decent and who did not mind coming into the black community and to campaign and to dialogue with blacks. And they agreed to an agenda that was mainly formulated in the mind of Dr. Rathmar Gilbert, and that was that there would be an advisory committee that would begin to have them understand what things they need to address to benefit blacks. And there was also the agreement that they would hire black policemen.
I was going to get to that, yeah.
All right. And as results of that, the Kennedys went in and carried out most of the campaign pledges, including that working out through the methods that Dr. Gilbert would lay for screening. The Gilbert Committee, the Citizens Democrat, the NAACP, all screened the black candidates, and when they got a number that was agreed upon, they presented that to the administration, and in secret the training took place, and there was no announcement. And on the day that the black policemen had finished their training and were to take the streets, I was the president of the Youth Council. This was 47. And a citizens meeting was held in what was then the 4S's, which was a local service organization developed to, operated to serve the black soldiers during World War II. And after the war, that building was taken over by the city as a recreational center.
Right.
And on the day that the mass meeting was held in the gymnasium of the 4S's. The policemen, who nobody knew, had been trained other than Dr. Gilbert and the Citizens Democrat Committee. They were all marched into the building, and the news then broke on the citizens.
Were you there that day?
Oh, well, I spoke. I told you I was the president of the Youth Council, and I was I was the youngest member of the Citizens Advisory Committee, being a young buck. The committee met, and when the Freedom Train came to Savannah,
1948.
All right, in 48, and they created separate lines, and as the leader of the youth group, I objected. That I just told them that it does not appear to me that if you're going to go to see the documents of the Emancipation and the Independence, the Declaration of Independence, and this kind of thing, that you need to approach it in separate lines. And the advisory committee, for peace sake, and because they could not get the candidates to agree that there would be no white and black lines, I went to the press with my statement and resigned from the committee. But I was the youngest speaker on the day that the policemen went into the city, yes.
So they continued to hold the separate lines for the Freedom Train.
Oh, yes, oh, sure.
Now, I want to back up just a minute here.
And I objected to the fact that blacks, the police was not allowed to arrest white folk. That's correct. I now realize that, being young and inexperienced and brash, that's the only way now that it could have happened. And it wasn't a bad idea, because in time, all of that changed. But being young, I was not willing to wait.
I saw.
Was that reported in the newspapers?
What is that?
Your remarks?
At the resigning at the Freedom Train question, yes, it definitely was.
How about the report,
No, because there was no reporter, you see. We spoke, and the citizens even, nobody, white, black, other than the people who came to the mass meeting, knew, and white reporters at that time were not covering black events.
So this was all done on the QT with Mayor Kennedy and
That's correct.
Reverend Gilbert.
That's correct.
Basically.
And the Citizen Democrat Club.
Who was the chief of police? And what role did he play?
He had to do what he was told to do, yes.
And was there a chair of the police committee of city council or anything?
Oh, yes. Well, they were all in agreement, you see.
Okay.
There's no
They'd
secret
come
there.
in on the slate together, you're saying?
Because, as I told you before, in order to support the Kennedys, there were certain things that we exacted in exchange for that support. So all of these men knew that this was coming, and it had to be worked out.
So these two movements, as it were, black voter registration movement and the white reform city manager.
That's correct.
Kind of dovetailed.
There's no question
in
about
the
it.
candidate campaign.
They all represented the liberals at that time.
One
But
reinforced the other.
it was a fragile relationship, because Johnny Boyne and his group were still there, and they had not been completely broken. They still were in control, for example, of the courthouse, the county, you see, and that type of thing.
Was that the first time in Savannah that blacks had been able to get effective response from city government?
Oh, no.
What were some earlier?
It is the earliest relationship that I know. You know, when blacks have the time to sit around like you men are and to really begin to write the story, Savannah, up until the 40s, was more liberal than Atlanta. Atlanta was a cracker town, and even at the beginning of the 50s, blacks attempting to move out of the Atlanta black ghettos met hostile resistance.
Right, they're bombing.
That's correct. All that kind of thing never occurred here. Never occurred here. Altogether, a different atmosphere altogether. And in the early days, we had the Atlanta riot.
Right, sure.
Nothing comparable in this town. All right, but the early political situation was one in which Saul Johnson,
Right, the editor.
that's correct, the editor of the Savannah Tribune, was able to exact from the white community certain concessions. For example, it was not until shortly after the turn of the century that the streetcars in Savannah were segregated. And each time that question would come up, the blacks would be able to take their political clot and say, oh no, do away with that. And in the 1870s and in the late 1880s and 1891, each time they were able to set aside the moves to segregate the streetcars.
I'd just be curious, as a boy, did you ever hear of those boycotts of the streetcars? As a kid, was that passed down to younger generations?
No. But I do know people, just as Du Bois rode a bicycle rather than to ride. All right. There are blacks that I knew, one in particular, a Mr. Green out of Brownsville, who never rode the car from then on and would walk to church and to work and others of that sort.
Would never place themselves in second class.
That's correct,
kind of
very
situation.
definitely. And of course, in Savannah, we also know that during my youth, there were mulatto teachers who taught me in school. Sophronia Tompkin, for example, never sat in the black section, but because she was fair complexion, she always sat in the white section, and when blacks would get on the car, she would look out the window so that nobody would speak to her and she could be identified or detected.
Now, one of the things you're talking about, which is of course also true in Atlanta through such figures as C.L. Harper, is the role of the educators at the high school level in being supportive of
That's correct.
organization.
The principal here was that kind of guy, and I was the youth leader in high school, and he was very, very supportive of me. For example, when Jackie Robinson came, and it refused him, allow him to play that first year when he was with the Dodgers.
Right.
They refused to allow him to play in Grayson Stadium. And Grayson, General Grayson, W.L. Grayson, who had been a part of the political power that had created the segregation of the streetcars.
Right, at the turn of the century.
That's correct. He still was here, and it was he who said that if you allow that nigger player to play in the field, take my name down off the stadium. Well, we protest in high school that refusal, and my principal allowed me to hold a mass meeting during school time. We marched from the school and held a mass meeting on West Broad in the biggest church on West Broad, and that was St. Philip AME Church. We held a mass meeting protesting at that early date, and that was something that many principals, even in later years, would not have tolerated or permitted.
early, what was the response of the white authorities to that mass meeting about Jackie Robinson?
I don't
Racing
really
Park?
know,
Okay.
what that response was. Because, again, I still say that I read writers all the time and they talk about their awareness, but except for that mean police who rode down into the black community, most of the time you had very little idea of what the white community was or anything else. Those blacks who worked among them and came back to you, they were able to report certain things.
Well, I just thought in the case of a mass meeting, whether there had been any kind of official response or anything.
The papers might know there was no official response.
I saw some reference to a bus demonstration led by Savannah State students in 1944, sitting in the front of the bus. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I do know this, that it does not appear to me that there was any great amount of student actions that was not condoned by the school administration. Now, when I went to Georgia State, we had began then to do something, but
Savannah State.
no,
Georgia
it was
Industrial.
Georgia.
Oh,
It was Georgia State. The name did not change until '54.
Okay.
All right. Then when I went to Georgia State, it was only that small group of us who had been a part of the NACP Youth Council
Who came out of the high school
who
together.
would challenge the president. Most of the kids who were at Georgia State were rural orientated,
Right.
and they would not have done anything that would have caused them to be expelled and to be sent back home.
Now, in Atlanta in the war years, if you read the records of the transit company, you find numerous episodes of soldiers, in particular black soldiers, testing, sitting down in front of the trolleys and the buses. Is anything like that going on in Savannah, during those years?
Well, it didn't have to. You must realize that once they put the bus on, the buses by and large, and there was a great preponderance of blacks in the population.
Sure.
Most buses were predominantly
Right.
black buses, except maybe for an Abercorn or something like that. And the whites who would get on would make certain that they would hug the area in and around the driver so that there was no real rub until you got a vacancy.
Right.
And since blacks by and large were not going to the suburbs,
Right.
there usually were seats for them on most buses. Except that where the bus started.
Let me follow this up about the veterans and the soldiers, though.
I agree. I know.
I'm curious to know what role they played in the voter registration drives, the black veterans, World War II veterans.
I don't really know as such. They were. Savannah has always been a NAACP-led city, so they would have been absorbed in. I went off to the war and returned, but they were absorbed in the NAACP leadership of that day and time.
Had Mine Mill come in the 40s yet, or did they come in a little later?
They were here, and they supported very, very closely the leadership of NAACP. Mine, mill, and smelter workers worked with me. I became president at 50, and I did most of my office work in the mine, mill, and smelters. We had no office. We did it in the smelter workers' office, and they made their mimeograph machines and all those kind of things available to us.
And in Savannah, Mine Mill was the lumber.
No,
Or what
this is the
companies
group
were they?
out of Birmingham.
Oh, yeah, I know the group. They were the iron ore man.
What is that?
They were in the iron.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Birmingham,
yeah.
but here, where did they organize in Savannah?
Oh, they would have been,
What places were organized, or did Mine Mill try to?
there were fertilized and
Oh, yeah,
what have you.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get a sense of the different people who took part, the different players.
Oh, yes.
But you're saying basically the NAACP maintained control of the voter
Dr.
registration?
Gilbert was such a overwhelming cosmetic leader. There was there was nobody in Georgia who could fill the pulpit and mesmerize. He was an orator of the first water, powerful kind of person, and because he was selfless, the only thing that, other than his church, the only thing that he ever headed was the state NAACP that worked close with A.T. Walden,
Right.
who was the Democratic Party leader, with J.W. Dobbs, who was the Republican Party leader, with C.L. Harper, who had the Georgia Teachers and Educational Association, and this kind of thing, so that there was no rivalry, and all of the resources were put together. We didn't have the kind of thing, and then of course there was very little leadership that had the freedom to be open. For example, during the 40s, and after the NAACP came under attack, first with the Birmingham case where Ruby Hurley refused to give up the membership list, and John Calhoun refusing to give up the Atlanta list, that we then had to take people who had been teachers and what have you, and had been good supporters on our membership list, who then became very fearful, would no longer hold leadership offices. Up until that scare, the secretary was a teacher. The youth council advisor was a teacher.
Sure.
Several of the vice presidents were teachers. When these people were all threatened, it then meant that we had to change our modus operandi. And Connie Wimbley, who was a popular Westboro Street businessman, and who had a pool room where many of the teachers shot pool, he then would go, and he had been the person who had been one of the people who had been very active in the black community for doing the soliciting for community chess, for the Heart Fund and the Cancer Drive. He would likewise go right back into those schools and do the soliciting for NAACP, and as results, he was the sole person who could still get that teacher involvement and support. They no longer
independent.
That's correct, and because he was also
Doing
these other things, and they had full confidence in him.
We were going to interview Mr. Calhoun the week that he died.
Okay.
And so maybe at some point I might want to talk a bit more about his role in the State Republican Party and his role in the NAACP and that whole episode of the records and so forth, because I don't think that's been really fleshed out. And again, Mr. Calhoun died the week before we were going to interview him, and what do you know of that whole story?
Well,
Okay.
fairly well documented
Right.
in the black papers and in the
Sure.
Constitution. And I was not always privilege to get those papers in this area. Now, but my association with the Atlanta NAACP goes back because C.L. Harper was president during a great portion of the preparation for the social change. And then after him came John Calhoun.
I wanted to ask a question. When you talked earlier about giving a speech as the head of the NAACP Council, I was wondering, was that your first big speech?
Oh, not necessarily. Not necessarily. We developed a small group of speakers along that time during my youth days because we had several methods. Our youth council in the 30s would not have been solely the kind of activist kind of group that you see now. A great deal more time was spent in developing leadership, developing knowledge. We spent quite a bit of time reading and dealing with the history of the founding of the NAACP and the philosophy of Booker Washington and the philosophy of Du Bois. And all of our youth members would have been able to articulate this information. That you can't do it now. You run a group of young people, they wouldn't. But we knew the abolitionist movement. We knew who the abolitionists had been. We had a practice, those of us who were the leaders. There was a church in our general area that did not have such a large and active congregation. In that day and time, churches did not lock their doors. And we would get permission from that church leadership that on certain days that we could come in and practice. John Clifford Hardwick III, Walter J. Leonard, who later became president of Fisk University, and myself, we would all go into the empty church, and one would take the podium and would begin speaking, and the others would sit in the rear and would be critical and would holler out, "Louder!" or something of the sort. And whenever Dr. Gilbert was bringing a distinguished speaker, whether it be Gloucester Current, Ella Baker, Thurgood Marshall, Walter White, all of the leaders of NAACP at a mass meeting, we would always go to him. I now see how we probably were just a bit of a headache and a pain in the side, because we would always go and insist on a portion, participation in the program as youth council members. And invariably, he would most of the time have to give over to us the honor of introducing the speaker.
Okay.
And so that our members got that kind of speaker. This gentleman has wonderful voice resonance and articulation, but so many people that I reach, professors in the classroom, just really do not articulate. They speak in conversational terms, and we don't, because we long ago started speaking from the pit of our stomach, and that happened. But our youth council very soon began to push the radio stations in this town, and that became a program of theirs. They had no disc jockeys, so that we began to press them for black disc jockeys, and a fellow who later became famous in New York, Dr. Jive. He was a member of our youth council and was our first person to break the ice here. This was Tommy Smalls. And in later years, he opened Smalls Paradise up in Harlem. But he was a part of our youth council, Tommy Smalls, the Savannah. And when we got WDAR to take on a disc jockey, he was that person. And he went on, after gaining experience here, went on to New York and became a very popular disc jockey. He finally got caught up in the
Payola.
That's correct.
Whatever happened to Clifford Hardwick III?
Well, he is here, a member of City Council now.
How closely and in what way would you work with Reverend Gilbert, you, the members of the Youth Council, the leaders of the Youth Council?
Well, let me just also tell you that same Youth Council created very early, they got the radio station to give them public service time, and very early, and they got 15 minutes on Sunday afternoon, either after church or sometimes about that. And we created a series of programs that highlighted blacks who had made history. We had a youth council group that was a singing group, and they would come on with a Negro spiritual. And then there would be a speaker who would talk about the life of Jackie Robinson, W.E.B. Du Bois, James Weldon Johnson, or somebody else that was chosen, and then we'd go off with another spiritual. And
Would you do that?
what is that?
Would you talk on Jackie Robinson and W.E.B. Du Bois?
We would take various youth
Personally,
council members.
You would pass it around, but that was one of the things that you did as well.
I don't recall what necessarily, I might have been the MC, the person who brought it on and off.
Right.
But it has always been my thing to involve people so that there were kids who we would work with on the speech, and they'd be glad to be on the radio and this kind of thing.
Sure. And
we used it because the awareness and the involvement of young people during that period was greater in High Y, YMCA, Boy Scouts, and social clubs, and all of these kinds of things.
So you tapped into that activity and energy,
sure.
Organization. It sounds like Reverend Gilbert, along obviously with Ella Baker, was also unusually sort of participatory in terms of involving the youth and getting...
We had no problems there, but the person who was greatest among the young people involvement was the man who had been my scoutmaster. He was the first secretary of NAACP under Dr. Gilbert, and he was the kind of person that whenever we would be gathering, for example, I do recall when we were gathering to protest and to raise sand about double sessions, about not having an auditorium, because during my high school days, that's why we had to come all the way down and march from the school down to the big church, because there was no auditorium in the school. We would have had to hold an outdoor rally.
Right.
And if we wanted to really sit down, we'd have to come up on West Broad and come to one of the churches. And there was the concerns on our part of not having auditorium, so that there would be meetings on things like this and one thing after another. But the leaders oftentimes would have their own timetable, and sometimes they would be on committees that would be working things out, and young people in that day and time were not privileged to always be in on those meetings. For example, I was present as a youth at the formation of the state NAACP in Dr. Gilbert's office, but they would not allow me to come in because I was not an adult. And I stood there at that formation and eavesdropped at the door at the whole time when they were creating. I was just that interested. I was not allowed in, but I stayed at the door and listened to how they went about forming the NAACP.
How did they? How did they?
Well, I mean, it's the matter of parliamentary procedure and all of that kind of thing. But they formed, and if they had been liberal enough to accept a teenager, I would have been one of the founders.
In what other kinds of ways did either Dr. Gilbert or some of these other adult figures, older figures, help and influence and guide you?
As I indicated, John Delaware, who had been my scoutmaster, who was the secretary of NAACP, was perhaps the most active man in the entire community. He was chairman of the Board of Deacons at First African. He was chairman of the board of the Savannah Boys Club. He was the district chairman of the Colored or the Negro Boy Scout district. He was the district deputy for the Elks. He was a member of the board of the YMCA, the Charity Hospital, and so many other things. Yeah. He was the chairman of the social committee or something for the Waldorf Social Club that had the responsibility of going each month to the juvenile home, to the juvenile farm where they kept the boys, and perform a program. He kind of took me under his wing, and I assisted him in many of those things. I did the signs for the Elks parades. Whenever he had to perform the parades, he'd get the material and I'd do the signs. Whenever he wanted to do an interesting program, he would sometime ask me to arrange a program that would be of interest to the boys at the juvenile home. And as soon as I became of age, he saw that I was on the YMCA board, one thing after another. But during our youth days, when there would be other youth leaders who would be saying, accept this, no, we can't kick against the thing, you young people keep quiet, he would always be the person who we'd be meeting in our youth council meetings, struggling with what we're going to do. And he would also be the kind of person who would always come and say, do whatever you think you ought to do. Mm. And he was always supportive in that kind of respect. He was never one to counsel us not to act. Right. And there were others who later became great supporters of mine in adult life, who did not always take kindly to what we were doing. For example, we began to publish in the Youth Council a newspaper that we would distribute around the school. When the black policemen were brought on, I wrote an editorial in the paper that we published calling Dr. Gilbert and the others, in spite of the fact that I admired them and I knew they were best we had, my editorial ended up calling them half-loaf leaders because they did not insist on the full rights of black officers. However, if they had, Savannah would not have been the first city in Georgia with police, and probably the first in the whole Southeast.
Miami and Savannah.
That's correct. And we would not have been if they were willing to at least make some concession. but in my inexperience and hot blood, I didn't see that.
Are there copies of that newsletter extant?
They are, but they're packed away. They're packed away. I'm sure we still have.
I know that there were other demands. I mean, you mentioned the police as one of the areas that
Hire turnkeys at the jail.
Right.
Hiring a woman matron for black women in the jail. The hiring for the first time of black recreational supervisors. Things of that sort.
I know there was also paved streets and streetlights as well.
But there were some laid
housing
on the
issues.
streets.
I saw also a hiring of a black deputy to help the Solicitor General too. I don't know if you recall that.
Well, that was done. That probably was Robert Spencer.
I also saw that, going back to I think it's the same person, Mr. Cabell.
John Cabell.
There was some issue where he forced black residents to pay unlawful property taxes.
Oh, he was a rascal. He did everything possible.
And he was a minion of the political machine.
Well, yes, he was a leftover from the Bowen machine, very definitely.
And,
Because the machine still had control of county offices, and the courthouse came under the county. You had Kennedy, who had control, and blacks who were principally in the city, who had gotten a liberal government at City Hall, but it did not affect in any measure the county structure.
Right. Do you remember the first time? Do you remember when you registered to vote?
Oh, sure.
What do you remember?
We conducted registrations in the high school, and our teachers would allow us to take kids from the school to register.
Did you personally have any trouble when you went down to the courthouse?
Oh, no.
With Mr. Cabell or the 20 questions?
No.
And were you going to, at what point did you go to Georgia State?
Went 2 years before being called into the military, and returned after the military.
Where did you do your military service?
I was inducted in Fort Benning, and I asked for frontline duty as an infantry soldier, but they assigned me to the quartermaster, which was typical, and I ended up in basic training at Keesler Field in Mississippi, and was selected from a group to come over to Atlanta University to take Army Administration. And after that course, I was assigned I went from Fort Benning to Atlanta. That's how it would have to have been probably. But Keesler Field was where I took basic. I think I'm right. And I became a part, it was at Keesler that we came into an aviation battalion, aviational engineers.
Hold on, just aviational engineers. You were saying.
The Air Force was then a part of the Army, and they had this engineering group that we trained at Keesler how to lay down these mats and create instant landing aprons for airplanes. I was part of that, and I took it on myself while in the unit when the elections came up to get permission at formations to urge the soldiers to write home for absentee ballots and this kind of thing, and to vote. That's as much as we could do at that time.
As you'd already been involved in these.
Oh, yes. I served, went from Keesler, I think, up to Coffeyville, Kansas, to an air base there. Stayed a short while. But I haven't thought about this much, so I don't remember in what sequence it came. But I was assigned to a unit intended to go overseas, and I was to be the sergeant major. But I ran into difficulty with my commander, company commander. I was at that time the first sergeant for the company, and I believe that he was a Mississippi white man. But we were being assigned chores on the base of picking up match stems and cigarette butts, and I objected and was called before my commander, and we had a discussion on leadership. And again, I was young. I told him that I felt the leader, a proper leader, would be a person who could inspire his people into formation, and this was not inspirational work, and that a leader was not a person who just necessarily ordered people to do, but a person who could inspire and create a willingness and a desire on the part of the people to be a part of whatever the leader was leading off into. And after the discussion, he found a way to transfer me out because I did not go with the unit overseas. It was a blessing in disguise because many of the men that I was associated with, very few of them I have seen since. And I rather feel that the unit, we were in a training center. We trained people in these aviational units at first. And many of them we never heard of again. And I'm sure that they, in going across the waters, Brandon's torpedoes, some of the units were lost and that kind of thing. But the unit that I was supposed to go with, I did not go.
So you came back?
And I was assigned to Hunter Field. And when they brought me to Hunter Field, they couldn't, because of my spec, my MOS, they had nothing for me to do. They just assigned me down to a motor pool in a little office of my own where each day I would move the papers from one side of the desk to the other. And finally, the government had decided that anyone who had been in the service for 21 months, they would not be assigned overseas because they were expecting the war to end and they would be returning home. So I remained at Hunter. There was no place for me to go. I came home every evening, and that's where it ended. So it gave me a chance to resume my community activities before the war was all over.
Going back and forth from the base to...
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I'd walk from the base home in the evening.
Huh.
Did you go back then to Georgia State?
Oh, yes, because I then was entitled to the GI Bill. And I took advantage of the GI Bill of Rights. And it wasn't necessary then for me to leave school in the summer in order to work. So I finished up, and I finished in 3 years rather than 4.
I saw there was a boycott of classes at Savannah State in 1947. I saw a reference to that. I don't know if that's it.
Well, most of the student demonstrations that I knew about in the 40s were gut revolts. It was because of poor food in the dormitories, and this happens everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you come back and after graduation, do you get on with the Postal Service, or is that?
That was after graduation.
Right after graduation. in 1950, you're elected the president of the chapter.
That's
I gather
correct.
Hosea Williams is your vice president.
No,
No?
no,
Okay.
no. That was, Jose didn't come on scene
Comes on later.
much later, much
Okay.
later.
Okay.
After graduating, it's real interesting how I made it through school, even before going off to the Army. I had been the youth council leader. We were now had another president, but I was still very much involved in Boy Scouting. So during my lunch break, I was, after school, we were very poor. We were still trying to make it and to do what we can to help our mother. So that when I went to Georgia State, I would have to walk from home all the way to Gwinnett and Havisham in order to ride the streetcar on one fare. I did not have enough to ride downtown and then go around. So I would trot early in the morning over to Gwinnett and Havisham at the point where you could get to the school on one fare. And then we would ride back from the cottage, and I would get off at Gwinnett, and I would then trot to the job. And at that time, I worked in the shower room of the white YMCA at the corner of Bull and Charlton. And I would take care of the sweat jerseys and the baskets of people mainly who played handball. Business, that was the big thing with businessmen when they'd leave their business. Some of them basketball, but mainly handball. And they'd come back with these sweaty clothes, and I would put them into their cubby holes. But I developed a scheme that I'd have to use the restroom, couldn't use anything upstairs. I had to go way down in the basement where the blacks who worked, the cleaning crew and what have you, they used a restroom, a toilet way down in the basement, so I'd have to leave the shower room to go there. And I devised a method, an excuse of going to the bathroom, and I would keep out the back door and run over to the First African Church and conduct a portion of the scout meeting, and then leave somebody in charge to do the games, and then I would run back to the Y and resume my work. And there would be baskets all stacked up there with the men who had left, while they're thinking that I'm in the basement using the restroom. But after that, I went to the service. When I came back, it was not necessary to do that. But I finished the school, and the only course that was, in my estimation, academically strong was the science. And I took biology and minored in the social studies. And I really felt that I did not need to study history because I could read, and I really, when in my social studies, it was a bit disgusting because I found out, because of my NACP activity and attending conventions and all of the conferences and what have you, I knew far more about many things than the people who who merely had a textbook knowledge of the subject. Lobbying, for example, during our youth days in NAACP, in April, during our spring break, we would always go to Washington to lobby for the lowering nationally of the youth age and other things that we were interested in. So that it was not necessary for me to major. It would have been a waste of time to just concentrate there. I took biology because it was a laboratory course, and it had a pretty good teacher who had fought to get some halfway decent equipment and that type of thing, and it was the strongest course provided. But when I finished school, there was nobody who would hire me because of my NAACP activities. And there was only one school that offered me a job down at Woodbine. They were getting ready to open, and they had no science teacher, and they wrote, I refused the offer because it meant leaving the city. And I insist that there was work to be done here, and there was more freedom to assert oneself than could be done at Woodbine, so I did not leave. And I went from June until December before I was called as a temporary worker at Christmas at the post office, and remained because of the people who took the exam. I was one of the two top people in the exam, and I remained.
Now, you mentioned before the Citizens Democratic Clubs, I guess, that Reverend Gilbert had helped set up.
He was the founder.
Okay.
He's not helped set. He was
He
the
was the
founder.
founder.
He initiated all of those things that I talked about.
Because that spread to the Georgia Association of Citizens Democratic Clubs, did it not?
That was that was A.T. Wallace.
Yeah, but does that come out of the same?
Well,
group that
it was an affiliate. It would be an affiliate, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Are there biographical materials on Gilbert, papers, or?
Very, very, very little, very little. He wrote, financed himself, and much of his material was done on the very cheapest paper possible. The care was not given in heat and disintegration of those papers. A lot of it's gone.
But some of it has been preserved.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Okay. And that's one thing that I try to do in my work, is try to find, we know that these organizations, the Citizens Democratic Clubs and so forth, exist, and then I try to find where there might be, people who have records or papers so that these documents can be preserved. I think it's tremendously important to keep extant the records of such organizations that did exist in the state at that time. And there's very little written record of them today. There's some in the Walden papers and a few other places, but well, in terms of fleshing out the biographical information about Mr. Reverend Gilbert, what other kinds of things can you provide about both before he came to Savannah and later on in his life?
That's a future project that we hope to get to in '91.
Okay.
We want to do a major project on Rathmar Gilbert because, as I said before, he is a pivotal character. He is really a giant that ought not to be ignored. But history, the contemporary thing, for example, I myself am very, very unhappy that Atlanta has allowed the Martin King situation to eclipse all of the other people who have made contributions in the 40 years prior to his coming on the scene.
Well, what kind of contact did you have with, say, Colonel Wall or John Wesley Dobbs?
Well, Dobbs for a while, when I was president of the state conference, Dobbs for a while was vice president.
And when did you become president of the state conference?
I held it for, I'd have to check it. I was the third state president.
Okay, so
After Dr. Gilbert, a Dr. William Madison Boyd, who had been a teacher first.
Milledgeville?
Had first been a teacher at Fort Valley, and then went from Fort Valley to Atlanta University. And he died young again. But he was the second president, and I was vice president under him. And he must have died from either leukemia or cancer. And in the midst of his term, he died, and I succeeded him as president, and then was elected for 12 years thereafter. and at one point needing good support for the cases that we were attempting to get these desegregation cases into the court. John Wesley Dobbs had been extremely valuable in working with the Masonic Order in supporting the research that Thurgood Marshall needed in preparing the cases for the Supreme Court. That in what we were doing in voter registration, eventually John Wesley Dobbs came in as a vice president, but a very strong-willed man, and not willing to listen to a young peepsweep like myself. It meant that after a year or two, with me trying to, as president, state what it is, he only served for a short while as vice president. But A.T. Walden, the colonel, worked along with me in everything that I attempted to do.
This is a question that I've had, is what kind of contact and communication there was between different black communities in the state of Georgia at that time?
Well, as we said before, the state conference was the thing. These rural people from all over would come, and there would be sessions. Walden would speak. People would come from the national staff. And at that time, we would give these people the various kinds of know-how that they would need. And then those of us who were in the state would travel to these communities whenever they wanted an inspirational speaker or somebody to come in and advise them on certain local problems.
I've heard of some of these chapters that were formed amidst great odds. I think
no
one
question about it.
Terrell County.
There's no question about it. There again, one of the great souls, there was never a greater man in all Georgia than D.U. Pullum, who served as the president. And this is why many of us are really sad and really get a little bit agitated about sitting down with people like yourself, because we got work to do ourselves. Pullum ought not to be forgotten.
Well, tell me about
it was Terrell County.
Yeah.
Terrible Terrell.
Terrible.
And that the man maintained the NAACP in that community, even when he was the only person who would dare let it be known that he was an NAACP member. And he would have to, and of course, whenever it was necessary to go before the board to speak out on school conditions or anything like, he would make that trip, and alone with tears in his eyes and full up with all of the pain and what have you that he was feeling about the injustice we'd done to his people. He would make those trips. He would beat the ears of the white folk, and it was on one occasion that I personally know about, that riding from town back to his farm, he was one of the biggest farmers in the county. A group of whites waylaid him, and he was not a young man, and dragged him out and whipped him, but did not deter him. He'd still wash himself up, and the next week he'd be back on the case again. And the blacks would meet him in town, were afraid to even see him talking with him on the streets. And they would walk by him on Saturdays when they would come to town. And as they would pass each other, they would push the NAACP money in his hands and not break their steps and keep on walking. But he kept a NAACP presence in that state, and would come sometimes. He would only get to the meeting on the last day, but he maintained his contact. And as a result of his perseverance, his son is now the superintendent of schools in Terrell County.
Where did Mr. Pullum get his wherewithal and his courage to?
Well, he was a wealthy farmer. I just told you, he had one of the largest farms in the entire county.
which doesn't automatically translate into that kind of drive and determination. that you're
Obviously,
talking about.
obviously. But you must understand that, and very frankly, he was a black who need not have recognized his black blood. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. And to some extent, he knew that he was kin to some of the whites of that county. He knew that kind of thing. But a man of great courage.
When you think about the other sort of the key grassroots black community leaders across the state that have not been recognized, who else comes to mind?
Oh, there were many.
What about in the Greene County or Hancock County area, that part of the state?
Cuthbert would have been a place where there was a great deal of courage. The Boards, I believe, of Milledgeville. But there was a undertaker, a fellow, funeral director up around Monroe, Georgia, who just rode the roads up along that way and kept the people's spirits high and kept something going.
You were in the state at the time of the Monroe lynchings?
Oh, yes.
You were in the state?
I know about lines. I know all of it. I was in the state at all times, except for the 2.5 years that I was in the military. And much to my pride, my mother maintained my membership in NAACP during the 2.5 years that I was away. It's that kind of thing that I have respect for, because in our family, our sense of pride and what have you, and of duty, was not superficial. We did what we felt we ought to have done. As I indicated, I joined the branch long before there was a youth group. And we grew up in a home where that sense, in our church, where there was that sense of racial advancement and pride. Of course, I knew of all of the reports that came through the Tribune. It was a real fine paper during my youth days. It was a black paper equal to any. It was the oldest continuously operated black paper in the country at that time.
Were there stories from Savannah that were fed to it?
He's talking about the Savannah.
Savannah Tribune.
The Savannah
Yes,
Tribune.
No, I was
yeah.
thinking of the Chicago.
It started in the 1870s, or
78.
Right. I just do really think it's important to document the people who did stick their necks out in these different communities.
Obviously, but again, it's a whole research project that I would need to do, a whole research project, and just can't do everything.
Sure.
But we know them. There was
In the Griffin area?
oh yes. The last that I remember there was Shropshire,
What
around
about
Shropshire.
Touchstone?
Well, that was the agricultural man.
Was that?
But the agricultural people, with few exceptions, were just moderate. They were basically of the Booker Washington persuasion. But they all do not come to mind at the moment.
What do you remember? What was the case in
We had good leadership. We had good leadership in Dublin, Albany, beginning with the Presbyterian preacher there. We had some good leadership in Macon, Augusta all the way, or the man from Detwilder, No, Detroitville, I believe. Old-time leaders and what have you. They came down for as winder. Now that was, I think, a retired agricultural leader, a man named Det Wilder.
In Winder.
All right. And but with some effort, we began to think of them, but they were just periods and then no more, because most of the leadership that was courageous leadership throughout Georgia at that time was middle age. Was middle age. So when you came to the middle 50s, they began to die and die out. But the leadership was middle-aged.
Did the state chapter get involved in the case of the Rosa Lee Ingram case in Schley County?
Oh, yes.
What recollections do you have?
It appears to me that they probably provided the lawyers and went about the state trying to get support for it. Because in Georgia, and this was true even in the King days, the NAACP is the only black group that had a network and tentacles that went out into rural areas and into community leaders. The King movement was basically a preacher movement, and they led from the pulpit. But the people who had the voter registration committees and the citizens improvement groups and what have you were the NAACP leadership in these various little communities. And as a result, it was only NAACP that could call a state meeting and get somebody from a community where Eccles or Baxley, where they had to come out at night and nobody could do anything in Terrell, you see, but DU. And the student movement and the King movement was mainly Albany under CB when he went in, and Albany, Atlanta, and I guess one or two others, but that was mainly Georgia right there.
Did King come here to Savannah?
Only on 2 occasions. This was an NAACP town.
And what
I didn't need it. I didn't need it. That's another story.
Brunswick was an NAACP town too,
Indeed,
right?
under Reverend Hope.
Reverend Hope is quite a figure. I've heard him.
J.C. Hope.
I heard him last year when he came back to town.
That's correct.
And I talked with Geneva Live.
That's correct.
There as well.
She's been with it down through the years.
So here the preachers were steadfast supporters of the NAACP.
Not steadfast. You see, we have to watch on adjectives. Many preachers were made to. There were a whole lot of conservatives. And many of the preachers who followed King did it because they wanted to be in the company of another big preacher, that they were caught up in the mesmerizing of the pulpit or something of the sort. But here, many of these lay people had to make particular conservative preachers become supportive. When we started the movement, the kids were arrested on the Broughton Street in the Levy store on March the 16th, 1960. And we wanted to call a mass meeting that Sunday, which was 3 or 4 days later. The only church where we were really welcome was the Bolton Street Baptist Church, which did not begin to accommodate the crowd of people who were aroused and wanted to be a part of the meeting. We had church bombings all over Mississippi and Alabama, or one place after another. And many of the preachers of big churches would say, I don't want my church bombed. and they were not, and there were some of the larger congregations who preacher was saying that church has no business in this is not saving souls and all of that kind of thing.
I know Herman Lodge said that when the Burke County Civic Improvement Association started organizing, that they found it easier to organize in the AME church than in the Baptist church. Do you have any sense of that one way or the other?
No. I had an advantage here in view of the fact that I had been a part of almost everything that had been a part of the community. I had likewise been the NACP leader for then about 10 to 11 years. I'd been a youth leader before that. And many of the people who were now doubts had come by me in school and had given me their membership and what have you. And I've never been bashful, so that I don't mind telling a rascal if he's a son of a SOB, if he has skirted his responsibility to himself and to his race, or anything else of the sort. So that many of the preachers knew me, and when they didn't, there were people in their membership. The preacher at the Tremont Temple Church, one of the largest churches in the community, black congregations here, refused to ever invite me to hold one of the Sunday Mass meetings at his church. We had women one of the women in my NACP headed the Women's Auxiliary, was a strong giver in her church, where she had the women to begin to withhold their money from the collection plan. And finally, when they spoke to him in most uncertain terms, he began to tell them, "Tell Brother Law to come on over here. I'd like for him to hold one of his meetings here."
Right, well, there you get it where it hurts there.
All right. But, and then we began to meet, and no church was big enough. And people began to come and come. And many of these big churches had never had a crowd of that sort that would even overflow their balconies. So then they began to see what could happen and to take the pride, and they began to occupy the platform with me.
This is 1960 you're talking about,
Yes,
the spring of 60.
yes.
How and by whom did the sit-ins, the lunch counter demonstrations, the Levi's demonstrations begin, and appearance of that?
Jose Williams was working for the Department of Agriculture here as a chemist, a biology chemist, and he had taken no interest in civic or civil rights up until that time, but he came to us about problems. I ran into him on the corner of Gaston and West Broad in the heart of the black community. I was coming from an NACP meeting at First African Church, and I was walking home. And in some kind of way, we got to know each other, and he found out that I was the head of NACP, and he indicated he wanted to help, very active, so that when he came in, he was immediately, because we never had all of the officers or all of the workers that we needed, he immediately became an officer. And when the young people in very early came and said that they wanted to sit in at the lunch counters, we had two groups, our youth council, and then we had a group of students at the college, and then a group out of West Savannah, which was really the first group to approach me. And I told them that I would support them as head of NACP in the sit-ins if they would submit themselves to training in nonviolence. and I designated, of all people, Jose Williams to do the training. And the meetings were held on the third floor of the YMCA. And after he had carried them through all of the drills and training, finally on middle March, I say that I was satisfied. I had given them every kind of task that they could possibly have in order to see whether or not they really had interest or whether it was the spur of the moment. Because I have no interest in people who just want to be a fly in the pan. Because likewise, I knew that the effort in Savannah would not be an easy one. And it would take some sticking to. So that the West Savannah group, which was the group, the largest of the group, and really ready to go, all boys, I gave an extra assignment for one of the little fellows in the group, a fellow named Arthur Samuels, who was the shyest of them all, but who liked to draw. And I gave him the assignment of going to each of the department stores and drawing a floor plan as to where the exits were, where the counters were, because we knew that as soon as they got into the store, things were going to close down. And what we wanted to do was to have easy exit into the store and to be at the counter before they looked up and saw anything. And finally, on March the 16th, we told them that they were ready. We gathered in the basement of the First African Church and sent out under the various young people who had evolved as the leaders, the groups who went to the various lunch counters. And we had very little thought of the white community, very little contact in the white community. And we were so busy doing our own thing that we had lost sight of the fact that March 16th was St. Patrick's Day.
Before St. Patrick's Day.
No, it was St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
It was St. Patrick's Day.
No, that's the 17th.
Well, anyway, it's right there.
I think on that day, on that particular month,
Gathering.
it must have been St. Patrick's Day.
That's great.
Because there were more people downtown
Right.
than any day of the year. Our young people went in, and the lunch counters in all of the McCory's, Crest, everywhere, was immediately shut down. And it was only at Levy's in the Zayah room where the manager of the store had been a displaced Jew who had been forced out of Germany. He had no compulsions about arresting the young people who sat in at the lunch counters in the Zayah room. There were 3 young people. Their names were Ernest Robertson, who now lives in Atlanta, Joanne Tyson, and Carolyn Quillen, who is now Carolyn Coleman and is on the regional staff, is one of our regional staff members for NAACP. They were arrested, and the arrest at Levy store triggered the entire movement, because when all of the others were just allowed to sit there, and they refused to serve anybody, white or black, they just closed down. Well, on that Sunday, we called the mass meeting at the Bolton Street Baptist Church. And in the midst of the mass meeting, there were young men who were a part of the military here, who became very active in the movement at that time. When I announced to the people that only Levy department store had had the unkindness or the temerity to arrest and to throw our young people in jail, and that with that people start throwing in their charge cards down to the front of the church. And the most active person was a young man out of Hunterfield. He came with big shopping baskets, and he took the responsibility. At that meeting, we agreed that there would be a boycott, and that no longer would we shop at the Levy store. And he gathered up all of the charge cards, and on the next morning, led by this young man who was a soldier and a hunter, we went to, a group went to the Levy store and dumped all of the charge cards at the front door and did not go back into that store anymore.
That was the first day you're talking about, right after the demonstrations?
The demonstrations were on the 16th. Some 2 or 3 days later, we held the mass meeting.
So it's that quickly?
To protest the arrest in Levy store. And then when the protest meeting started, the fervor was of such that people said, well, I'll never go back there again. So they began to throw their charge cards down to the pulpit, and we gathered up them all, and everybody gave up the charge cards. And the soldier, who made himself very active, he had the big baskets and what have you, and took the responsibility of going to Levy the next morning and dumped him in front of the door.
How long did it take Levy to respond?
There was no response. The response was to gather up the charge, because we stayed off Broughton Street for a year and a half. We then immediately instituted picketing of the street, made picket signs, and we sent pickets into the street. The city, with short order, outlawed the picketing except 2 to a block. And that made picketing very hazardous, because the rednecks came into the town attempting to bolster the withdrawal of patronage that blacks were given. And it meant that the 2 lone picketers on any one street was exposed to all of the heckling and spitting on and the crowding of the streets. They continuously crowd the streets. I remember the last picketers on the streets on Saturday. It was almost impossible. Whites would gather into the sidewalks, and when I was called from the NACP office at Crest's door, the picketer had been forced from the sidewalk completely if it did not just want to butt into white folk who were crowding the sidewalks. The picketer, maintaining its line faithfully, was then picketing almost in the middle of Broughton Street, because in front of the store there was no place for him to, he or she to walk in front. And I came and I rescued the picketer by taking the sign, and then on that particular moment we just withdrew from the street. Crest was a real tough spot, because the kids then went into sitting in at the lunch counters all along the streets each day, almost just as harassment to close down the counters and that type of thing. And on one occasion, a young man by the name of Macmillan, must have been James, he was sitting at the lunch counter, and a big white hefty fellow came along and struck him with his fist on the jaw and broke his jaw. Perhaps the most violent thing that we had during the entire sit-ins.
And the mass meetings were continuing every night?
No, the mass meetings were mainly on Sunday. We held them religiously, Sunday afternoon at 4. For some 3 years, that's how we kept the community together. Because the newspapers, when they found out that they were helping our effort by reporting our activities,
right,
they stopped reporting anything. They did not report the arrest. They would report murders and other kinds of things, but they would never report the number of blacks arrested. They would never report anything about our picketing. They report nothing about the effect of the boycott. They did nothing. And we had to communicate solely through the black newspapers. and the mass meetings. The mass meetings were so well attended that we could tell the people on Sunday afternoon what would be our strategy or our plans or instructions for the rest of the week, and they would carry them out faithfully until we come back to another mass meeting. And there again, I would instruct them and exalt them in fiery speeches as to what they would do. The people were very faithful, and finally the city passed an ordinance that caused us to have to, that prohibited us from picketing because we were effective. And they prohibited us from picketing at all. And the merchants had brought pressure on the city for that, because they thought that if they would withdraw the pickets, that blacks would return to the stores. But we then devised two other means for maintaining the picket. The people who once carried the signs would still walk the streets, and they became what we call the silent picketers. And they would walk by somebody, and if they would find the person who didn't get the word, say, "We're not going in the store," and the person would turn around and keep on going. Then there were the telephone book. We had a committee of women under the leadership of Mercedes Wright, who is now in Atlanta, Mercedes Arnold, I believe. But she's formerly the wife of, what's the man who headed the student movement in Atlanta? Lonnie King. She was Mercedes King. She took a group of women, and they took the phone book in the city directory, and they pulled out every telephone holder who was black and made a telephone book of every black holder. And we created a committee headed by Miss Virginia Mack. She had spent some 2 years in Spelman, but she was a native again of the Low Country. She came from Switzerland, a black community right outside of Hardyville. Had a great deal of pride. She'd spent some time in New York, but a great deal of pride. And she had come back here to nurse a sister who was bedridden, who was married to Marion Washington, who had operated a very successful black grocery store in Yamacraw. She couldn't come to all of the meetings we were holding, but she knew a lot of women that she talked with at home while nursing her sister. They'd talk on the phone. So all of these women that she had been talking with and who were similar situated, who had to remain at home, either because they were taking care of the elderly or they are housewives and what have you, they made up a committee of women who were at home, housewives by and large. And when we would hold the mass meeting on Sunday and had received reports from people and we had determined what we had to do the next week, we would give those instructions to Miss Mack, and she would communicate with all of the women who were holding directories. And one woman would call all of the people in the A section B, and that's how the word would get around the city, and blacks would know not to go into the stores or whatever else we were doing. You see, the story, I don't care what anybody say, this was a community effort.
Right.
And I have a great deal more pride in what took place here than some great messiah marching in and getting people to march down the streets with them and the like. Our voter registration effort during the 50s, and I failed to say that, Hosea Williams' role in the NAACP first was in voter registration. He was the chairman of what we call the Crusade for Voters. That was the registration arm of the NAACP. And of course, he, in the early 60s, got the impression he wanted to use the King method, and got the impression that the rest of us were moving too slow and all this kind of thing. And he, as a result of constant disagreement, he took his committee, the Crusade for Voters, out of the NAACP and carried it into the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And they began to operate with the marches. We in the NAACP had marches, but they were never the large marches that the Crusade for Voters were carrying. Because by and large, we were, to some extent, being supported by people. I must confess that the Crusade for Voters and the marches, by and large, were people who were students, who were unemployed, or had plenty of time on their hands. But
Professors. Professors.
what professors?
Had plenty of time on their hands.
No.
Yeah, he's talking about more about
But we were grassroots,
right.
the working people, the labor people, the professionals, all of these people who were not necessarily willing to expose themselves to any blackjacking on the part of police and that kind of thing, but who likewise understood what we were saying, that the key to the Savannah effort was going to be to withhold our political patronage from anybody who was not in keeping with and in support of our agenda and was not willing to make change, and that we were going to withhold our monies from the cash registers and to bring these merchants to their needs until the city hall was willing to sit down and negotiate the social changes. The pastor of the Congregational Church here was Reverend Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the Holmes brothers of Atlanta.
Right. Hamilton Holmes.
Well, he was an uncle.
Right.
But he had also been a part of the men, one of the men who had challenged the Atlanta golf course.
That's right.
That's correct.
That's right.
And had been a part of the case of opening up the golf course. He was the pastor of the Congregational Church and was a part of the committee. And we gave him our demands. And it was he who delivered to the white officials the original demands on the part of the black community. He left the community after the first year or so, sometime where in the hustle of things, and died not too many years thereafter.
Right, he went to work with Francis Paulet, if I'm not correct.
But he died not too long after, so that we lost whatever records he had. But that was his chore, responsibility. He had been a part of that committee of borders and what have you, on the ride and all that type of thing, and was very, very sensitive to change. Okay.
How did you arrange to get shoes and clothing and other goods for people during the boycott?
Mainly, blacks began to realize that they were buying too much and that they could do without. So some years, people were saying, we're not going to buy anything this year, we're going to use what we already had. We likewise began to encourage people to make their clothing. These were our answers when they would raise a question. We got people to sew we caused 2 or 3 people to go into business in the black community. The Harden brothers opened a shoe store. 1 or 2 people opened dress shops. People then began to try to answer the need with 1 or 2 shops. But basically, I was able to get people to withhold and to make do. For example, they knew me, and I, from 1960 until now, I have not been back into a store to buy a suit of clothes.
Is that right?
That's right. I have not bought a piece. And they knew, and the loyalty came because they likewise knew that I had been president 10, 11 years. I did not own a car. I did not even own a home, and this kind of thing. And they realized that I was not hungry, that my own desires were very moderate, and they trust me. And generally what I said, they were willing to follow. And of course, I had given thought to the whole struggle, and I know this community. I knew what it needed and what the people would follow. This was not a college-led struggle, because the first young people who came from the college to participate in the sit-ins had been advised by many of the teachers on campus that this is a state school, you all got no business, you could hurt the school. Don't follow that fellow, W.W. Law, you see. So that it was not, to this day I have great respect for the professionals who stayed at my side, because, as I said, it was a grassroots movement that was striking at the jugular vein of this town. The Chamber of Commerce never did involve itself, never did. And the mayor of the town had to eventually, because the mayor happened to have been the leading Episcopal layman of this area, and he was able to get his bishop to involve himself. And that, in a sense, was a godsend, because the power that be in the white community is either Catholic, mainly Episcopal in this community, the bankers and what have, basically Episcopal. And then those who are not, would, if they were Irish, they would be Catholics. So Bishop Bonwell of the Episcopal Church was able to bring the Catholic bishop, who did not, I think, openly show his hand, but he assigned one of the monsignors to full-time to be a liaison and to work. And the committee soon became known as Monsignor Toomey's committee that established the dialogue, you see. And the Committee of 100 was created by the Episcopal bishop at the behest of the Mayor McLean, who, as all of you know, probably has the largest legal firm in the town now, but again, a long, old-time Savannah family. The people were extremely loyal. The mass meetings spread the word. And then I had people who were coming in from the outlying areas who were supported. Women who were riding over for the Sunday mass meetings. They enjoyed the singing and the speeches, and they'd carry the word back to Hardyville and to Ridgeland. Charles Bowles came up from Richmond Hill. He'd get the message and would carry it back. So these outlying areas that normally would have given us a problem on Saturdays coming into town to shop, they began to find other places and would not come to Savannah to shop. So that tightened and strengthened the boycott. we had, and I say God bless them, a few people who, and I am not sure whether they were local folk or people who had come to town, but there was a cheap goods store, Yakima and Yakima, on West Broad, near the visitor center. And there were 2 or 3 people had gone in who just had to get a sale, I guess. And when they came out with their goods, some of these ruffians, the young fellas, saw them. Don't you know the boycott? And they grabbed the packages and tore them up right there in front of the streets. And the word got around. Don't go in Yakima. They were not my people, but I got credit for it. They say that the NACP will tear up your bags, so that those who didn't respond otherwise, through fear, they got in line. And the boycott held for a year and a half. And then finally it got so bad and stores were closing. One store, I think Chatham Furniture Store, began to advertise that they were going to have a back door sale, feeling that in the evening, feeling that people who were afraid or ashamed to come in the front door would come in the back door. Well, that didn't work. But we made our demands, and there were stores who were taking the delivery boy or the janitor or the messenger and putting him up in the store and saying that he was a salesman, and we do better. And but nothing would break the boycott.
So the boycott had shifted from serving people to sales?
It never, the demands that Oliver Wendell Holmes carried to the city was never one for just the desegregation of the lunch counters. When we, a year and a half later, when we desegregate, we desegregated the restrooms, the water fountains, the lunch counters, the having black women addressed as with courtesy titles. We insist on the hiring of clerks, and not just on upper floors, but in positions of exposure on the first floor as well, ringing cash registers. All of these things were a part of the demands that we made before we returned to the stores. And of course, when we desegregated, and we desegregated before the public law in Savannah, we desegregated the restaurants, the theaters, the stores. Every facility agreed to, at that time, to come, and what happened to let down their barriers. And what happened was the Committee of 100 that had been created under Bishop Barnwell selected a smaller group made up of, and these are the real heroes of the Jose Williams and all of that crowd were in jail. And we had a blind judge here, Judge Mullins, who literally threw the key away and did not ever want to let Jose out. But there was not enough activity, and he went on and carried with him 2 or 3 of the young people who had followed him out of our youth council into the Crusade for Voters. Van Clark and Big Lester, who he had picked up and had known from the corner at Gaston and West Broad, where I had picked up Jose. He got Big Lester from the same corner. They, as well as Willie Bolden, who is now in Atlanta, all of them were part of the Crusade for Voters. But and they went on with King. So it was left to us to maintain the boycott and to wheel the black vote into a block, and it worked real well. The Committee of 100, I started to say, had about 5 white people that they designated to negotiate with the black community for them. The finest gentleman in the group, without a doubt the most articulate, was A. Pratt Adams Jr., who headed the firm of Adams, one of the oldest law firms here. But he had as his clients the Wise Theater, the C&S Bank, and a great number of the big boys, because he later became chairman of the board for C&S Bank when they had the transition. You remember they had a failure of the funding of the housing investments and what have you under Van Landenham.
Van Landingham. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
they lost a great deal of money, so there had to be a reorganization. And A. Pratt Adams, the attorney here, became the chairman for a short while. Well, he was one of the 5 on the committee, a totally decent native son whose heart was thoroughly in the right place. And the next person was Malcolm Bell Jr., who at that time was president of Savannah Bank and Trust Company, the oldest bank in the community, and who likewise was leading, he and I think Adams both were leading laymen in the Episcopal Church, the oldest church in the diocese. So it's where the blue bloods and the money was. And then there was Samuel Adler Jr., who had headed at Leopold Adler Department Store, again, who had married Andre Castellani's wife, and wanted to really impress her, I think, and wanted to kind of straighten the town out so that she would be happy living here. But who took great pride in the role he played for the rest of his life. He talked about the courageous role that he played representing the Jewish community. And then the other person I remember on the committee came from the merchants and had been that the manager of Levy Department Store where the arrest had taken place. That basically was the committee. It may have included the manager of the Mango Hotel.
Mango Hotel with the chain, right?
Yeah, because that's where the meetings were all held. They were not held at City Hall, they were held at the Mango.
Who represented the black community?
Me, I was the spokesman. The committee, the white committee, would talk with nobody but me.
So there, you and these 5 white folks?
I carried with me a committee made up of Judge Eugene Gaston. He was not a judge then, but he had headed the voter registration arm of the NAACP. We would have had the leader of the boycott, which would have been Mrs. Mercedes Wright and Curtis Cooper. And that basically was the committee. We did not deal with a large committee because the strategy always was to talk with them and then to come back and weigh the deliberation. And so that we would always say that we'd have to go back and report to our group and this kind of thing, and then at the next meeting. But after 1 or 2 meetings, you get enough of a feel as to the drift that I could speak with authority and say, well, whenever you do this, we'll accept it, or whenever you do that. or if you would now agree to this or that, you could accept. I eventually, after one or two meetings, evolved to the role where where our vibes and our working together was of such that I knew how everybody else felt, and they had enough confidence in how I articulated the protest that I could make the final decisions.
So tell me about how those negotiations proceeded.
We finally agreed, as we indicated, to desegregate everything. And the reason we could, because we were dealing with the people who had control and were the advisors to all of the entities that we were dealing with.
Right.
The banks, by and large, Adams could deal with that. And beyond that, in the Committee of 100, apparently the leader of the Committee of 100 was the resident manager for Union Camp.
I was going to ask where you.
That's right. Lynch had that leadership role. They had maneuvered and made him the chairman of the Committee of 100. And I never forget that once Adams got the Wise Theater people to agree to desegregate, and the restaurants, and then the merchants had fallen in line, and everything was ready to go. On the first evening, we began with the theaters. And then the next day it was to be the restaurants. And interestingly enough, I was young and game in that day and time. We're assigned to the youth members, the theaters, but they had the responsibility of testing the desegregation of the lunch counters. But we took adults for the restaurants, and I myself insist on testing the Morrison cafeteria.
Oh yeah, those are hard.
And one or two of the others. But on the night that everything went smooth, the night that we desegregated the theaters, the Klan got wind that the desegregation was to take place, and they came down to Broughton Street with all of their regalias and began to march in front of the theaters, hoping to intimidate the young blacks who were to come. And because of the situation, Pratt Adams immediately called Mr. Lentz of Union Camp and had him come down to Broughton Street. And when Mr. Lentz got out of his car and started walking up to the street, all of the Klan members who must have been Union Camp employees picked up their robes and disappeared and have not been seen on Broughton Street since.
Oh, that's a great story.
Lentz coming is second hand for me. I got that from Pratt Adams, you see,
Okay.
who is now dead. But that's the story as I understand it. I was directing on that evening the whole operation from the NACP office, you see. Making the assignments and sending people out and all that type of thing. So I did not see that with my own eyes.
Have you ever heard any evidence that the national chain of Manger put pressure on the local people to desegregate?
No. It could have been because, as I indicate, they were a great part of it, because it had to be worked out in some kind of way, because the Chamber of Commerce in this town was almost completely dormant. They had no role of leadership whatsoever. They were just willing to see Broughton Street die. And even to this day has not really made any substantial.
So the theaters came first, and then the restaurants.
Oh, the next day, lunch counters, the whole thing.
With what kind of consequences?
And we even had, there were none, except that somebody downtown who felt unkindly toward blacks eating at the counter went among the homeless, some of the day workers, and found some of the nastiest, dirtiest blacks they could find, and gave them money to go in to eat at the lunch counter at Walgreens or something like that, in an effort to really have something negative and say, see the kind of people you're going to have to sit by. But that was concocted, and pretty soon I think everybody was able to see through that.
And the desegregation actually occurred in what month of '61? September rather of
I thought it was September. I haven't. It occurred at a time that the beaches, because we did the whole thing, the hotels, the beach, we desegregated the motels, everything. As I recall, my two roles was to eat first at Morrison's and then around on Broughton Street at Anton's. And then I wonder why I'm still alive, because Anton's, I do know that they never did take kindly toward blacks, and I would, because you could walk right off Broughton Street, I frequently ate there, and I'm sure that they must have spit in the food that I ate and did all other kinds of things.
So you were the first one to eat at Antoine.
And I ate there regularly for a good long while, because, again, I say, the manager was never kindly toward it. He was an old restaurant owner, and he never took kindly
Is that
to what
still
he
open?
said. No, they finally went to the wall. And then it was also my duty to test the beach. I slept all night in the motel belonging to the mayor of Tybee at that time. And then when no incident occurred, it was all right to tell other blacks that, go ahead, you can go.
Was this covered in the newspapers?
I doubt it.
What went through your mind when you would spend the night at Tybee in the motel,
Nothing.
or go be the first one at Anton's or whatever?
Nothing.
Yeah, but within a very short period of this time, somehow you got fired from your job.
Oh, yes.
You know, I know that the representative for Elliot
Hagan campaigned among the White Citizen Council and came to Savannah and spoke to the White Citizen Council.
Was he from the first district?
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
he's from
right.
Scriven County,
Okay.
Sylvania.
Right, okay.
Sylvania. And he came into the city and among the whites here and told them that the newspaper quoted his speech before the White Citizen Council and promised them that if he was elected to Congress, that his first order of business was to get the job of that black agitator who's walking around here on government money, creating trouble. And he kept his promise. He was elected in the general elections, succeeding the man who had died, whose name slips me. I know that the group of houses off just beyond Gordonston did his name for him. But when he got to Washington, he maneuvered himself onto the post office committee of the House, and then got the cooperation of the postmaster and everybody.
Day was the name of the postmaster, right?
Well, but that's during the Kennedy administration, yes, it was there. But he got the cooperation of all of these people to begin to put a trail on me, someone on my tail to follow me, and to record all of my actions, everywhere I went and what I did and what have you. And at that day and time, I was delivering my route as every other carrier did, and we'd leave the district on lunch hour and go ahead and do what we had to do, and come back to the district after lunch and continue to deliver mail. But they followed me and clocked me everywhere I went, and the
Did you know
times.
they were following you?
No, and I'll go to the when I went to the office at noon to check on what had transpired and to give instructions for what is to take place the rest of the day. They took all of this down and they finally made a case. As a young man, I had an attitude, as all of you see. I've always had a bladder condition. I don't hold my water but so long. And I was carrying the mail in the vicinity of Memorial Hospital, and there was a lower middle class white subdivision of 2 streets, Winston, I believe. I've forgotten the name of the other street, but I rode the bicycle out from the post office and was delivering mail, and I got to a point where I needed to use the restroom. All of the service station's restroom had white and colored, and I resented using segregated restrooms, so I did not. I passed up a service station and was trying to finish the street in the street just before we get to Memorial Hospital. Memorial had just been built, and I had discovered that there were 1 or 2 restrooms there that had not been designated and had no sign on it, so I was trying to get to Memorial to use a restroom where I would not have had to succumb to the indignation of having to use a colored restroom. And I got almost to the end of the block, and I had to urinate, so I stepped behind a hedge or bush on a lawn and shield myself from the street behind the bush, and I urinated. This woman, an old middle-aged woman, who I guess who feels even a black letter carrier is a burglar. She watched all of my movements, and when she saw me standing inside the house behind the bush, she waited good until I left, and she left her house and came out and saw that there was a wet spot there, and she took it upon herself to call the post office and stated that I had urinated on the ground. And so then the supervisor, who again was happy to get something because he didn't want me as an employee also, and perhaps had already been contacted by Hagen, they made a case of it the next day. And when I started delivering the mail, they came out on the district and arrested me, carried me to jail, and made a case. And this was the body of information that they used to dismiss me from the service. The story was picked up by the first black, a fellow named Louis Lartier. He had been the first black to be certified as a member of the press corps, the White House press corps. He wrote a column at that time in the Courier a syndicated column in the black press. And he broke the story of my being fired in Savannah. It carried all around. And it developed support for me in that dismissal. We were lucky to have the NAACP Washington Bureau headed by a very able lobbyist, Clarence Mitchell Jr.
Sure.
And he knew me personally because I had been a member of the National Board for some 12 or 13 years by then. And I had been the first youth national chairman. I had been national chairman in 48 of the youth division, and had presided over the 49 conference and of youth. And the young people, after my tenure as national youth chairman, had developed a campaign, a national campaign, to have me become the first member of the national board from the youth program, a person of age 25 or less. And they succeeded in January 1950 to win for me a place on the board. It was a 3-year term, and after that I was supposed to rotate off, and hopefully another youth would be elected to the board. But in the meantime, at the end of 3 years, the president of the CIO died, who was a member of the national board. Philip Murray. And they elected me on my own right to fill the Philip Murray vacancy. So I went on in 50 as a youth, but in 53 I was elected to fill the vacancy created by the death of Philip Murray. And I remained on the board for more than 30 years. I was a member of the board when Dr. Gilbert retired. As president, he said he had so many things to do, and it was then physically impossible for him to do all of the things, and he created a committee. And early, I think he was impressed with my being named to the national board. He sent out a committee composed of Dr. J.W. Jameson Jr., Raleigh A. Bryant Sr., and then I think the third person must have been Boston Williams. But he instructed them to interview me and to see whether the young man would accept it. It was Dr. Gilbert's recommendation that I would be faithful and would not allow the NAACP to die. And they came and I accepted. So I was unanimously elected. I remained president for 26 years and had opposition only 1 year in 26 years. When at the beginning of the protest movement, what we call the NAACP Freedom Fund struggle in Savannah in 1960, the role of the NAACP moved to a new high since all of the white community looked to whoever was in the seat as head of the NAACP. And the black community that was vocal likewise realized the power. And so that we had a black doctor, Dr. Carl Rankin Jordan, who had been treasurer of NAACP. He began to articulate the feeling that I was just a postal worker and didn't even own his own home or had no automobile, had no title before his name, was not professor, reverend, doctor, or anything of that sort, and that the black community needed a more representative person to be their spokesman before the town white power structure. So he'd spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars advertising in the newspaper, putting out handbills, and on election day hiring workers and poll watchers and every kind of thing. And the election was held. I never made a speech. However, the rank and file took care of the situation. And I don't think that he got a vote for each dollar that he spent.
Right.
I'm not sure.
So were you president of the state chapter at the time of Brown v. Board?
How's that?
At the time of Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, were you president of the state chapter?
I don't remember exactly
You certainly
what.
were president of the local chapter.
Oh yes, I don't remember what years I was president, but it spanned a large portion of the 50s and a portion of the early portion of the 60s.
I noted that very soon after the Supreme Court case, the Savannah, there was a petition in Savannah for immediate
Indeed.
desegregation of the schools.
Indeed. And of course, we got nowhere because school boards hid behind state law. And it's real interesting how they can forsake the fact that we're all citizens of the United States first. But they took the position that their state laws prevented them from doing anything. And we had a long struggle because we finally went into court. The chairman of the Education Committee, I had no children in school, but the chairman of the Education Committee did, Reverend L. Scottsdale Jr., and the secretary of the NACP did. All of the petitioners
Right.
for the desegregation of the schools were basically, initially, members of the NACP board, because we had to make certain that there were people who could not be gotten to economically. The newspaper published their names so that if they were employed by any whites, this would be a signal for them to fire them. So we had to take black barbers, a black preacher, a black secretary for a black real estate firm, and people of that stripe who were the original petitioners.
The petition then, though, led into a suit, right?
Oh, yes.
And I notice, I see you quoted in 1959, vowing that at least one student will plan to be enrolled in a white school that fall, the fall of '59. Just wondering.
That, you see, that had to do with the Armstrong State College. The colleges moved very, very slowly.
Right.
The truth of the matter is that we won integration into law schools, state law schools, and this kind of thing, even before we had Brown versus the Board of Education. But it still did not move Georgia because all of our public facilities were saying that state law does not permit. State law does not permit. And so that it was not until we had a great demonstration, and it is the only, but it shows you what happens with college students, and it also shows that I assessed the strength. You see, one of the reasons that I was able to lead and to pretty well formulate a program for bringing about desegregation in this town is because native, I've lived nowhere else, I knew the town. I had no desire to be a star, and if we had the star role, we would have completely lost, because the economics of the city is of such that a star would have been for pushing too fast and for feeding his own ego with certain dramatic action that would not necessarily bring about results. But in my young days, in all of my reading and history, I had been fascinated with Civil War history. And I realized that even in the freedom struggle, the protest struggle, it had to be done in the same way that an army would move, and that there had to be a certain amount of strength within the ranks, and that there would be some falling off of certain people, but that there had to be others who would keep you on the field and keep you in the battle. And as a result, we took a page from the Bible in Gideon's army when we stripped down the petitioners in the school board situation initially to those members of the board who had been with us during most of the 50s and who were thoroughly committed and we know could not be intimidated. But it was a long struggle because we could not get into court immediately. We had to repeatedly exhaust all of our petitioning mechanisms with the school board.
I see.
And it was only after getting clear-cut answers from them and indicating to the satisfaction of our lawyers, which at this time evolved from A.T. Walden to Donald L. Hollowell, that we began to, Hollowell became the Inc. Fund lawyer.
Right.
And we had no lawyer in Savannah who would even begin to work with us. And it was only by following their guidelines that we finally got got a case filed. And it had to be filed in the district, the South Atlantic District. And one of the oldest and most conservative of all the federal judges was Judge Frank Scarlett of Brunswick, who had no intentions of ever ruling on desegregation. He took the case and just let it sit there year after year after year. And finally, after some wearing of impatience and between the Inc. Fund and Hollowell's office, he finally got a hearing. And when Judge Scarlett did rule in the early 60s, we'd been in his court, I guess, a matter of 8 to 10 years. When he finally did rule, he agreed to desegregate in Savannah using the worst desegregation plan that he possibly could come up with. And that is first 12th grade, and then the 11th and 12th,
One grade at a time,
and then finally on down until we got to the first grade. Well, what we were then faced with was that even some of our youth council members and some of our parents who supported desegregation had children who had developed school loyalties and had looked forward to leaving school that year or the following year with a diploma from that school. We were only able to get something like 19 young people who were willing to cross and transfer. But with 19 in three predominantly white, in three white high schools, with Savannah High having the largest high school enrollment in the city, and being the largest high school, it meant that the 8 or 9 students who desegregated there weren't even a fly in a bowl of soup. But when the classes changed classes, they were completely at the mercy of the racist kids, parents who had pushed their kids up to create mischief for the blacks. White citizen council and other kinds of hate groups who had gotten among students and had pushed them up. White students would go upstairs and would drop down various kinds of items on black kids who were getting ready to start up steps or something of the sort. But they were at their greatest peril during the changing of classes and after school. We, at the outset, the NAACP Education Committee would have to agree to have the kids gather at the NAACP office in the morning before school. And persons like the Reverend Frederick Douglass Jadon would pray with them, and adults would drive the students to the school and see them at least into the door, and then would be at the school to pick them up at the end of the school day. Initially, that kind of thing was necessary.
Had the Catholic schools desegregated by this point? They did it after the public schools here?
They followed. No, they did not do it before that.
I've talked with some of their counterparts in the Atlanta schools, the first students, and they tell about things about not being invited to the honor society and only finding out in the yearbook that you had actually been a member of the honor society because nobody ever told you during the school year, and things of this type. This is 62 in Savannah, is that correct?
I'm not sure. It's either 62 or 63.
Mr. Law, you were saying earlier that Clarence Mitchell had
he
put together
a team to defend me, and he directed the effort to have me reinstated in the Postal Service. He got the cooperation of the National Alliance of Postal Employees, which was the black organization of postal employees, and he developed a defense for me that showed that many of the things that I had been charged with, I'd never been instructed on. And it was on that basis that I was reinstated.
How long did that take?
6 months.
Not that long.
I was unemployed for 6 months.
Were you given back pay?
Yes, everything was restored, seniority and all. But the 6 months gave me a chance to work full-time for the NAACP. Without pay, but I was able to work full-time. And they were supposed to be stopping me from my NAACP NAACP.
Right. Well,
Which,
little did they know.
that were giving me more time.
In a sense, I'd almost like to ask a question about your efforts in historical preservation now. Well, we may get to it another time, but I'd be curious to know in your mind, what are the continuities and connections between the work of the NAACP, the work that you and others, the community has done, that we've been talking about in the 40s, 50s, and 60s with the work in Beach Institute.
Well, one of the things that the whole time that I was president of NAACP, I emphasized black pride and an awareness of their historic past. When we began the protest movement of the 60s, the mass meetings were based on the singing of the spirituals of the island blacks in particular. And I had them to know, and people would come forth with the songs that they had remembered as children. And I would especially select the songs that were indigenous of this area. Many of those songs that were based on water. Stand the storm, it won't be long, we're like a by and by. All the kinds of things like we shall not be moved like a tree planted by the water. We'd sing things of that sort. And the whole effort from its outset was tailored and geared toward localizing and tying in the islands in Savannah, because Savannah was made up of large numbers of people who came from the islands and had relatives back on those islands. That, and then we would hold periodically, particularly in November, lectures in history. We did some history projects, some preservation projects. While I was head of NAACP, we restored the graves in Laurel Grove of the oldest leaders among blacks in Georgia. We restored the graves of Andrew Bryant, Andrew Marshall, Henry Cunningham, and we made that area an area that would be protected, so that there was the interest within NAACP for preservation, because I had carried it on, and we had already met in places. We'd hold certain meetings in the Scarborough House, First African, the First Bryant Church. All of these lend themselves to history awareness. While president of NAACP, we had created a memorial tablet to the leadership after the death of Dr. Rathmar Gilbert. And we held a program in the First African Church commemorating his contribution to Savannah, and unveiled in the church a memorial tablet to his memory. That tablet is there. So that all along there has always been the identity, and people knew, because as I indicated from my youth days, we had always had a history emphasis. I personally believe that there has to be, if there's going to be a valid civil rights struggle, there has to be likewise an awareness on whose shoulders we stand as we struggle at this particular moment. That there are many people, both white and black, who gave their lives and who died their blood, sweat, and tears in order to bring about the creation first of the Emancipation, and then the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. And then finally the great number of cases that were carried to the Supreme Court, first by NAACP lawyers like the Spingard, not Joel's brother, Arthur
Arthur Spingarn.
Spingarn, Mofield Story, all of the early people, and then Charles Houston, and finally Thurgood Marshall, and the whole body of lawyers. But there was even Clarence Darrow in the historic NACP case, the Sweat case of that's right, an NACP case that attempted to protect the right of a black to own a home. And with all of this in mind, that we knew and tried to keep people aware and realize ourselves that we were standing on everything that had gone on before.
What was the first preservation project?
It
After
was
Laurel.
a grave project, as I indicated.
Right, and after Laurel.
Restoring the graves. We then, after I retired as head of NACP in '76, on one occasion I was holding a program that had been in the pipeline at the Scarborough House, in which we were calling attention to the fact that the Scarborough House had been longer a black school than it had been the residents of the Scarboroughs or anybody else. And we were doing that program, and the president of the local branch, my successor, sided up to me and said that I was doing that as the chairman of an NACP committee on history. And he pointed out to me that you're no longer the president, that I am the president, and I'll have to say about what our program is. And it also occurred about the time that Alex Haley came out with his very popular book, Roots, and people were creating a greater awareness on their own roots and the need for tracing their family line. And we had no black history or preservation group citywide. And I decided that we needed to form a group that would permit us to assist people who had an interest in doing research in family history. And I decided that we would not allow Carter G. Woodson's revered and a very valuable early organization to die.
Right.
So we formed a unit in '77 of the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. And we named it the Savannah Yamacraw branch. We were chartered in September of '77, and already sometimes earlier, while head of NACP, the local Spelman Club had asked me to do a tour on a visit that Dr. Donald Stewart was going to make, President Spelman was going to make, to their chapter. And they wanted to, since he had never been here before, they wanted to expose him to a tour of the rich black history of this community. So I created a tour and conducted it. It was well received, and I think there must have been other requests for it. And so I was then doing a tour. I had formed the local association for the study of Afro-American life and history. And we'd called that meeting in the Green Meldon House as being the place where Sherman had held his headquarters at the end of his march to the sea, which proved itself very popular because many blacks, hardly any blacks had ever been in the house that had been Sherman's headquarters. And I had likewise in the call indicated that nobody forming an organization in 1977 ought to be forming an all-white organization or an all-black organization. That although it was the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History, that we welcome all persons who were interested in studying Afro-American life and history. So about as many whites showed up for the meeting as blacks. And I rather believe that we met in the main room at the Green Meldon House. It was an overflow crowd. We had hundreds of people who crowded into the Green Meldon House for a lecture. The first meeting, we held a lecture by what was the senior history teacher who is now retired at Georgia Southern. Sanders was his understudy, and he now heads history there.
That's right.
But I can't remember at the moment what his name was, but he had done study on Liberty County blacks
Right.
and Dorchester Academy, so that was the speech, and it created quite a bit of interest, and we organized the association. So then we had a group that would begin to meet periodically in the basement of the library, the Carnegie Library, and to study black history, particular genealogy, and then some low country. The Gullah dialect was another theme. And I began to do the tour, and I became aware that many of the homes of people who were buried in Laurel Grove Cemetery, that nobody was giving any attention to these historic properties in the city, and that whites were about to take over what had been the area where many of their homes still stand, and that the older black neighborhoods had all been demolished, and that the town had given no care to black historic properties and had replaced the black historic neighborhoods with low-rent housing. So in areas where housing in some cases were older than any of the houses that were being preserved in the historic district, particularly in the Old Fort area, some block or two from the river, were houses that had design qualities. Luckily, we now have in the archives of the museum pictures of all of the houses that were taken in the early 50s.
Hold on just a second. Pictures that were taken in the early 50s?
In the area that is now Hitch Village and Fred Wessel Homes.
Oh, great.
That was a predominantly black neighborhood. And some of the houses there dated all the way back to, I'm certain, the early 18th century. There were hooped roof, houses with roofs that were twice as peaked, as deep in the peak as the house was itself, which showed that there had to have been early wooden shingle houses that had extremely high peak roof in order that the water would not settle and would roll off the wooden shingles and all of this type of thing. Many of them were in such poor repair that the metal seam roof had long disintegrated, and again you could see underneath the metal seam the wooden shingles. But they were very fine houses that were of early vintage, and I plan to, when time permits, and can obtain a grant to actually mount an exhibit of early black homes that no longer exist, that fell to make way of low-rent housing projects. We do have many of those kinds of pictures. But realizing that we had lost our two oldest black neighborhoods, Yamacraw and the Old Fort, I immediately began to go into the area, and I identified 2 or 3 people who lived in the area who were young and who were likewise. We held a meeting in Beach Institute, a workshop on historic preservation. We got a small grant from the Council for the Humanities, Georgia Council for the Humanities. And we held a workshop, and we were there able to identify some other people who had some interest. And we then went on and created what we then called in '78 the Beach Institute Historic Neighborhood. And that neighborhood association began to try to interest blacks to come back into the area and to claim some portion of the neighborhood and to get the city to work with what was then 25% of the ownership in the neighborhood was black homeowners. And while we were trying to put together a neighborhood association, the white speculators were moving into the area and were buying up the property because it was desired that the blacks would be pushed out and that young whites and whites who were not able to buy, had not enough funds to buy in what was then the historic neighborhood, would be able to get into this cheaper area where blacks lived. So we went into the area and we formed a neighborhood association, and we began to try to resist the displacement of the blacks in that area. I became the founding president for the neighborhood organization, as I had also been the founding president for the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. And about the time that we were trying to get really going and to develop some mechanisms for presenting proposals that would enable us to begin under the leadership of Jesse Wiles, who was a black professional who had been employed in the city housing. He was the city housing director and had left the city and had developed his own building consulting concern. We got a grant from Liz Lyons' State Preservation Office to hire him to do a study of the neighborhood. And a study was made of the Beach Institute neighborhood, and published. About that time, Mills Lane, who had some years previously had called me to his office as head of the NACP and had explained to me that he had finished with the Washington Square development, where he acquired all of the houses and did all of the renovation out of his restoration out of his personal monies, that he desired to do something further out in an area where he had purchased houses, and he wanted to call it the Gingerbread Village. And he wanted me to give him a plan, and in the area that he had bought, substandard houses, highly deteriorated, and blacks were living in all of the houses. Along Whitfield Square and along Price Street and the adjoining streets of Gordon, Gaston, all along that area that is now, as a result of most of his renovation, is predominantly white.
This is the man who died just in the last couple of years.
That's correct.
Yeah.
The retired chairman of the board.
That's right. I didn't know
Mills
which
Lane
generation
Jr.
you were talking about. Okay.
That's right. Well, he was junior.
Right.
Then he asked if I would give him a plan whereby he could sensitively restore. In talking with him, I told him it was my desire that he restore without displacing, and that he would restore and allow blacks who were present living in the property, paying rent, to buy and having a portion of their rent applied to the acquisition cost in becoming homeowners. And I likewise identified one or two shops in the area that I could, and he likewise realized that there ought to be service. So the two of us together designated a place, a shop that would be the laundromat. And I indicated that there ought to be a place where the elderly, particularly the women, could come and do sewing, and just a kind of meeting, a small house where they could gather for meetings and that type of thing. He bought about all of the plan, and asked that I created a committee from the NACP that would assist his people in managing the property. There was in the membership of the NACP a young woman who might have been a board member at that time, but I know she was active in the NACP, who was one of the project managers who knew housing and knew management. Her name was Paula DeLoach. There was a very bright young man who had finished Knox College, Tennessee, and I believe at that time was either heading the Central Services Department for the city, or he had gone to work for the telephone company. Well, they were the two key people, and there were several others named to the committee, but they would meet periodically with the two women who worked in Mr. Lane's office, and they devised a plan of monthly visitation to the homes of all of the blacks who were living in the newly renovated properties. And the blacks who came into the properties developed an unusual sense of pride, and they kept their homes spotless. And to an extent, Mills Lane's project along Price Street became a showplace. When he finished the restoration, because we had had a hand in it, we called a mass meeting at the Congregational Church very close to where the finished homes were and blacks were living in the properties. And we had a public meeting, and we explained the project, and then we invited the people to accompany us for a tour of the homes that Mr. Lane had restored and that were being lived in by blacks, to show how well the homes were kept. And in the middle of the block, there was an old man who had been a retired longshoreman and who must have been a ship sailor even before that. But he was, or he could have even been an old-time World War I soldier, but he was spit and polished. His house, the floors shined. There was not a speck of dust anywhere. And he took great pride in having people come and tour the new home that he had been allowed in his old age to live in. Lee Apo Adler II came to the mass meeting. He and I had met a year or two previously at a visit to the home of J. Waiters Waring on Calhoun Square. And I had entered into a very hostile and allowed Mr. Adler to know that I blamed him, who was then one of the leaders of the downtown restoration, doing a tour, his tenure as president of Historic Savannah, that many blacks had lived in many of the homes that were now restored and were white properties, and that some of the properties blacks had lived in basements and whites upstairs, and that others whites had lived in carriage houses, but no care had been given to have blacks become a part of any of the downtown restoration, that even the houses that had been black owned as a rule were torn down and became a part of the gardens for the bigger white houses that were allowed to remain in the historic district. And that I was very unkind to him, and I took the occasion of, I think Mr. Waring must have invited me to the house, and in order that he could invite Mr. Adler over to meet me. It was not, I did not mince words, and I blamed him for some of the displacement of blacks in the historic district. Mr. Adler, to this day, does not accept blame, and he takes the view that these houses were vacant, even if the last residents were blacks, that they were vacant at the time that Historic Savannah took them over. But I know the plan well, that what had been done throughout the area, they would not have been vacant if the previous owners had not allowed roofs to leak and plumbing to go bad, and that the blacks were forced out so that the properties could be sold in order to become a part of the historic development. So I did not excuse him. And after I made all of this admiration in a mass meeting at the Congregational Church over the work of Mills Lane Jr. in restoring and preserving homes without displacing blacks, I think the project must have entailed some 25 units. Mr. Adler accompanied me on the tour of the homes and was impressed. And to this day, I will believe that he got his idea for the larger project of the Victorian area from that meeting. The fact that he always felt a certain jealousy, and I appreciate it because he has definitely outstripped anything that Mills Lane did in the way of restoring houses and preserving the black residents. But I do know that Mr. Adler studied the Pittsburgh plan and devised a plan of his own, and came back and again asked me if I would join him in his Victorian project. As head of NACP, I did not choose to go. I took the role of NACP as being a full-time responsibility. But I told him, as I had told Mr. Lane, that I would be glad to create or suggest people for his board who I felt would be supportive of his efforts. And I initially indicated to him the blacks that I would suggest that he would invite to make up that initial board.
Did he take those appointments?
Oh yes, oh yes. He has been extremely supportive on practically every move that I have made since the time that we came to know each other personally. Because Mills Lane Jr., after getting all the tax benefits from the property, which meant about 8 years, we came into the 70s with him having gotten all the tax write-off that he could. He desired to unload the property. I think it might have been a time when dividends from CNS had been somewhat damaged by some bad investments in housing and developments and that kind of thing, lending, housing lending, that kind of thing. Well, when he proposed to unload the property, for sale signs went up on all of the 25 units that blacks lived in. In a day's time, young whites who wanted to own historic property had signed commitments, sales contracts for practically half of the properties. Must have been sometime in the middle of the week. As president of the neighborhood association, I realized that there was going to be wholesale displacement. So we immediately got in touch with the young man who was handling the sales for Mr. Lane. And this is probably the second day of the sales. And we asked him to approach Mr. Lane. We had already wired him and had asked him to withdraw the selling of the property, but we heard nothing from him. He did not directly answer our telegrams. We made contact with the realtor who was handling his property, and the young man was a very decent guy. His offices were located at Victor Drive in Drayton. And we told him that we had reason to want, it must have been Thursday, to have the neighborhood association buy the properties instead of the whites who would result in displacement, because we would manage the properties and allow the people to live there. Luckily, we had a very sympathetic man who was heading Historic Savannah in the person of John Allen, who, as I understand it, had come to Savannah from Atlanta. But he was very, very sensitive. When we gave him the message, he agreed to contact all of the people who had sales contracts when he heard our predicament, and see if those people would be willing to sign over their contracts to us in order that there would be no displacement. We came back on the next day, and he told us that he had to have, this must have been the end of the week, and the banks at Friday, and we were meeting at the end of the workday, and he had to have the binders by Monday morning. I then immediately communicated with Leopold Adler II with Senator Al Scott and with several other people who had been a part of the neighborhood board. Mrs. Sadie Steele, a black woman, a retired school teacher. Mrs. Abby Jordan, who was on faculty at the State College in charge of a reading program. Miss Shirley Carson, a white woman who had retired as the director of the Juliet Gordon Low National Birthplace. And each of these people agreed to loan me $1,000. Al Scott, as I recall, must have been treasurer of the Afro-American Association. Leopold Adler, when he found out what it was that I wanted, he immediately pledged $1,000 of his own money. He got $1,000 from his mother and stepfather, and he got, I think he put up $1,000 from his Victorian rehabilitation program, and later got Albert started to take that $1,000 to make good that $1,000. But he was leaving town, so he immediately did that hurried thing and gave me $3,000 so that I put up $1,000, and then I was able to get other friends. And when Monday morning came, I had $10,000 to take to the realtor to buy out the people who said that if I had the money by Monday morning, they would sign over their options to me. Then it was necessary for me to go to the city to see whether or not we could get them to lend us enough money to make the purchase, because the banks, none of them were sympathetic and would, under the conditions, loan the neighborhood association money needed to make the purchase. After talking with the city manager and pressing upon him the urgency of immediate action, he assisted, and the assistant city manager was a black guy whose name was Monte, who later, when Jackson became mayor, went to Atlanta and worked in Jackson's administration. And he has gone from there, and I'm not sure whether he is not back. Somebody told me where he is now. But he was a pretty forthright black in city planning, while others were prone to give us the runaround, particularly white staff members in the city. He literally read the riot act on them and told them to bring them a workable plan that would make it possible for this neighborhood organization to get the money from the city and to become the owners and the managers of that property, is not to cause displacement. So the deal came through. Mr. Lane did not want to deal with the city. He would have preferred dealing with the bank, but nevertheless the plan went through, and we were able to prevent the displacement.
It's quite a story.
The effort to get the King Tisdale Cottage and the Beach Institute going.
That was an early effort. We established in '78. The neighborhood association. Then in '80, there was a move on to what was called the Wheaton Street Project, to demolish a black neighborhood again. I had earlier already gone in as an NACP president and had talked with the people to keep your property, to fix up your neighborhood, to organize, not to leave your area. But the city and the housing people, while I would be at work, they would be going around and talking with people and would offer prices that could not be ignored, and people began to see that they could get a better home at the price offered in a street that had paving and what have you, services that the city had not provided in the off Wheaton Street streets, off Wheaton streets. And with that in mind, particularly the young people, had no sense of place. They would immediately want to go in the houses that whites were relinquishing, Hamilton Court, 37th Street, beyond the railroad track, 600 blocks, 5, 6 mainly, and all generally in the area where whites were realizing that blacks were upon them and that they were willing to give ground. When that happened, the older blacks who looked to me and had bought property, retired school teachers, other kinds of people who had planned to spend their last days in a house that they owned in that neighborhood. These people wanted to stay, but the leadership of the neighborhood association was in young people's hands, and we could not stem the tide. So that the area was taken, the Wheaton Street area. But we made a holler that the city had no business to propose a clearance project, but that they ought to be restoring the houses because those houses had historic significance, just as the houses in the inner city or the downtown historic district. Nobody paid any attention. But the story was read by Dr. Elizabeth Lyons in the Historic Preservation Office.
Hold on.
She sent persons from her office down to survey the neighborhood that I had hollered about. I had pointed out that the Callan house was there, and he had been the man who had started the Savannah Boys Club for black youth immediately after World War I. That Dr. Smith House was there, and that his wife, and his wife were early supporters of the rejuvenation of the NACP in 1917, the founding of the NACP in 1917, and that some of the early picnics on the part of the membership of the NACP was to ride out to the Smith House on Wheaton Street, and they would hold summer outings there, and that the house had significance, and that his wife had been the first black woman to be licensed as a pharmacist in Georgia sometime around the turn of the century, and might well have been the first woman, period, to have been licensed in Georgia as a pharmacist. And I pointed out things of that kind, not including the architecture of the area. So when the people from Dr. Lyons' office made the survey, they concluded in a very modest way, even they were not up to what is now considered to be historically significant property. But at least they say that there were 6 very fine Victorian houses along Wheaton Street and a Victorian cottage on Art Street that had architectural significance and ought to be saved. They forwarded that report to HUD in Washington, and HUD then began to require the city to save the 7 properties in order that they would be approved, the money would be approved for the project, what was then designated as the Edgar C. Blackshear Homes. When the city realized that it could not get the money except it had signed this agreement with HUD, they signed the agreement that they would save the houses. But with all of the other houses being vacated throughout the area and being vandalized by people who wanted wonderful mantles, spindles from stairways, ways and other kinds of things, the doors and all of these things were being taken out of houses. The city's security for the area was very, very poor. So that these vandals, or the people who were getting fine things that they could sell at antique shops and what have you, didn't know the difference between the 7 significant properties and the rest of the properties.
Right.
So that they began to walk away with the features on the 7 significant properties. When I saw the kind of vandalism that was taking place in the neighborhood, I moved a cot into the house. There was no electricity after they bought the properties. There was no electricity in the neighborhood. And I brought a lamp over to the house and a cot, and I would sleep in the house at night and let people see there was a lamp burning and that I was going in and out of the house. So that while all of the other houses were seriously vandalized, I was able to protect the one house that we now call the King Tissel Cottage. However, on one day when I was at work and came after work over to the house, I found that the vandals had struck and had taken one of the posts and several of the spindles from the porch. Realizing that I was not able to stay there all of the time and protect the house even in daylight, I was spending the nights there and just a portion of the day after work. I got hold of Mr. Jesse Wiles, who had the construction business and was then going into rehabilitating black properties. He had bought a house himself at the corner of Huntington and Habisham and had done it over, as well as a second house that he was using for rental. So I know that he could get hold of, he was doing rehabilitation throughout the historic district, that he could get hold of a carpenter. So I instructed him to get hold of a carpenter, and that we gave him instructions to completely dismantle all of the features on the house, which include taking down the porch, the banisters and all, and hauling them into my house garage, to the garage of my house. And then we placed them under lock and key until we could get a plan for the restoration of the property. But in the meantime, the first person who had shown an interest in preserving the properties along Wheaton Street was John Hayes, who at that time was the executive director of Historic Savannah. Very decent man, and who spent quite a bit of time working with me and was extremely supportive in trying to help me with the saving of the Beach Institute neighborhood. It was he who first learned of the houses being available, and he carried me over to look at all of the properties, and immediately on looking at them I realized that while I would like to have one of the big Victorian houses along Wheaton Street, he likewise wanted Historic Savannah to take interest in some of the properties on Wheaton Street. I immediately told him that I would like to acquire the Art Street house because we could move that into the beach neighborhood and use it as a headquarters for the Black Historic Society, the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. And he supported me and made available the architectural historian that they had on staff to draw up the plans, and he did everything that the in-house capacity could provide. The fellow who did the plans for the preserving of the property was a young man named Spitzmiller. He later left Historic Savannah and went to Atlanta and was working in a firm there. But he was an exceptionally fine architectural historian. He could draw plans and had a wonderful sense of preservation. And he worked very, very close with us, spending many, many hours. And we then devised a plan. I went to Senator Al Scott, who was then a member of the House of Representatives, and had been one of the two people that I had asked to conduct the membership drive when we got ready to create a wider membership. I asked Representative Scott, and I asked a young lawyer, James Pannell, who most recently ran for lieutenant governor, if they would head as co-chairman a membership drive for the association. They did, and that membership drive gave us some funds. The cooperation from Historic Savannah gave us the plans, and then we asked Representative Scott if he would go to the governor, who was George Busby at that time, and ask the governor to give us funds from his discretionary funds to move the building out of the endangered area because it was not compatible in this low-rent housing project with anything there. And that since we were trying to rejuvenate the beach neighborhood, we wanted to move the cottage into the neighborhood so as to give a strong statement that we did not intend to leave the neighborhood, that we were going to create a black headquarters for the Black History Society and a museum for black history in the neighborhood, with the hope that we could stave off the speculators. And we brought Jesse Wiles in after the plan to work even more fully with the neighborhood to try to get some properties under our control. When we approached the governor we needed $16,000 to do the moving from Art Street to Huntington between East Broad and Price. The governor only agreed to do $8,000 to any one representative. So then Representative Scott asked Representative Arthur Ginlat, again junior, who represented the downtown area, if he would join in a request to the governor. And as a result of that request, the governor gave us $16,000. And we then contract with a mover, who then contract with the telephone company, the electric company, and we had to bring the house. We couldn't bring it through Gwinnett Street because of the overhead. We had to bring it through Bolton Street, removing the lines as they came along, and Park and Tree, because they had to cut certain tree branches in order that we got the house to the present site. The city was under a mandate to restore it, either where it was, and we held them to it even in the new area. And the restoration would have taken $85,000. But it was a very small cottage, but very picturesque. The State Preservation Office, again, has come a long ways. Whenever I talk with preservationists now, I realize that the early people that I was talking with had been working in an elitist society, and that as the years have rolled on, they have become more sensitive. We were being told by the State Preservation Office that we could not put a basement in the house because then it would not be on the scale with the rest of the houses. And I had to emphatically tell them that there is no such thing as scale in what is always a black community, that we would throughout the community have a two-story house next to a cottage and a group of row houses for rental property next to ownership and all of this kind of thing. And they came very reluctant to a position because I'm insistent. Most of the problems that I dealt with in this town, I had known them over all of the 50 or 60 odd years that I had been here when I got ready to deal with the problem. The neighborhood that we were calling the Beach Institute neighborhood, my first newspaper route, I carried the Tribune as a small lad of 12 in the neighborhood, so I knew the residents there. I had gone to school in junior high and in college, and junior high and in senior high with people who lived. I had visited their home as a boy. I had gone to meetings at Lewis Rivers' house around at Gaston and Boyne at a little organization that he called the YACBs, in which it was supposed to be a youth organization to deal with community problems. So the neighborhood I knew, and likewise, I told the state preservation people emphatically that cottages of that sort had had basements dropped in them throughout the historic area, that every cottage on Oglethorpe or anywhere else was first a ground house, that as the family had need of additional room, the house was raised and the cottage dropped under it. I likewise told them that there was no fair on my part about the digging at this area, because that particular site, the Fairlawn Plantation site, which is proper the largest portion of the ground from Fairlawn Plantation is now included in the beach neighborhood. That plantation was established on what was then considered to be the highest ground or the highest point in the city, because during the American Revolution, the royal governor, Governor Wright, had a plantation in that area, and the British troops, when they blockaded the harbor and wanted to bombard the town, they used the plantation site of the royal governor for focusing on the community. And so from that historic reference, I knew that if a basement could be dug anywhere else in the town, it could be dug there. And so upon insistence, and likewise indicating that the building was of no use to us from a community standpoint, unless we had one room that was large enough to hold community meetings.
Right, exactly.
So reluctantly, we got approval to drop a basement, and that brought the cost for rehabilitating the property from $85,000 to $105,000. It did not completely restore the property. The house was restored, and if you look at any early picture, the grounds were completely open. There was no yard. There was no garden. And it left the basement. While we had a basement, it was incomplete. It was unfinished. There were big concrete columns there, which took up a great deal of the space and did not leave you much room to gather anybody in that basement and to try to hold a meeting. So that we took the property. The lot was secured by Historic Savannah, purchased from Palmer and Kay, and deeded it to the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. They purchased this, I think, purchased it for about $5,500 and deeded it to the association. Then the city finished the building and walked away and deeded that to the association. We then began to hold fundraisers. We brought the Sea Island Singers, Bessie Jones and the Sea Island Singers, to the First African Church for an admission affair, and we raised a few $1,000s. We brought down a black piano teacher who was the sister of the famous black composer George Walker. We bought her for a piano concert in which, again held at the First African Church, and we raised a few more $1,000. We did programs of that kind. To finish the basement, where we took out the concrete block post and we put in iron posts that could be smaller and gave an equal amount of strength. The concrete block post had to be the full size of a block in order to give any kind of strength. So we took out the post, we put covering on the floors, and we painted the walls. We likewise put I believe we had to put blinds on the cottage. I know we had to put the picket fence in and plant a garden. And of course, we enclosed the property with an appropriate fence. And then we began to furnish the house with historic artifacts and made it a museum. In '81, shortly thereafter. We occupied the house in '81. And a few years later, we applied to the Secretary of State for a tax-exempt organization and created the King Tisdall Cottage Foundation, Incorporated. Judge Charles Michael, who at that time was a practicing lawyer and was later appointed to fill a vacancy on the state court, he did legal work for us and succeeded in getting a charter, a tax-exempt status for us. And we then were able to raise monies a little easier because people would then
Be able to
donate and get some tax, even our memberships, they probably got some portion of it recognized for tax purposes. Likewise, the other gifts that would come to us, we could acknowledge and give people the benefit of a tax write-off. But the house became a museum and became very an impressive one. The Georgia Trust for Historic Preservation, as a result of a young man who was active in Historic Savannah, a young lawyer by the name of Gilbert, nominated the King Tisdall as being an outstanding preservation project. And the trust sent down an examining committee, an investigating committee headed by Dr. Finney of the University of Georgia. Spalding, Finney Spalding.
Right.
Well, that's that's
Right.
Finney.
Right.
Finney Spalding. The Low Country, we have a custom of calling white folk by their first name, but we add the courtesy titles, which they did not add when addressing us. It's again a Southern custom. It was Dr. Finney or Dr. John or Dr. somebody. Finney Spalding came and looked the property over, and they went back. And that year, we were one of several recipients as outstanding preservation. A honor that was shared, I think, by the King Tisdall Historic Savannah through the tremendous contribution, particularly made by Spitzmiller, the architectural historian, and the city of Savannah. It was the first project to be so honored by the trust in Historic Savannah. The next year, they honored the Georgia Bank project at the corner of York and Bull. And then the following year, I believe, they honored the College of Art and Design, Savannah College of Art and Design. I believe those are the only 3 awards given by the trust in the historic district here.
I think it's probably...
I was interested in how the voter campaign of 1946 actually was organized, the mechanism. In Atlanta, I know they had block captains and ward captains and this kind of thing. And, you know, when you registered 19,000 people in 1946, what was the mechanism of organization?
As I remember the old community, there were already, from an NAACP standpoint, and even before, because when NAACP, under Dr. Gilbert, got ready to build itself, they took the community leaders and each community, and they would begin to hold community meetings using the existing structure. So that in West Savannah there was, Mose Jackson was president of the West Savannah community. In Woodville, Peter Jackson. In Sandfly, I remember Reverend Scott, and I imagine that some other time later on others, but mainly Reverend Scott. In East Savannah was Adam Morrell, Thunderbolt, somebody else, Thad Harris in Pinpoint. But in all of these communities there was a natural leader, and the people would hold community meetings. So in Savannah, the NEACP and then later the Citizen Democrat Club all worked through the existing community leaders. And there was also the churches and the preachers. That basically represented the kind of ground, grassroots structure that evolved itself into PTAs in some cases were likewise very active. In other words, there were people who had already evolved in the community as leaders and had the confidence of, and had fellowship. And these people were, by and large, the nucleus for the, and they would offer you an opportunity to come into their meetings. You would speak, people would become motivated, and they would then become workers. And then they would join in the effort. There's no question about it. In Savannah, people were literally waiting for a chance to participate. Their streets were unpaved. There was a lack of, I think that to a large extent there were people who remembered, as I did, the machine, the boring machine, when I was a lad, built itself during the Depression by taking away city jobs, public jobs, from blacks and giving it to whites. Such lowly task of sweeping the streets and gathering the garbage, blacks were fired and whites were placed in their place. And so blacks realized that they were paying taxes and that the city was literally being run without them. The only black I recall when we began to vote at that time, to register to vote, the only black who probably voted, who worked for the city, was a black messenger at the city hall, or a black custodian. The man who ran the errands and who perhaps had the responsibility of running the flag up. Nobody else in City Hall were black. And the practice at the police court on Monday morning was one to nigger get back. I recall in the late 20s and the early 30s there was a practice. During Judge Swartz, John Swartz, he never had anything to say to a black person but nigger. And then there was Mercer Jordan, who was the recorder who had had suffered a, I don't know whether it was throat cancer or what, but he spoke through a horn. And blacks had whispered among themselves that the reason that he was so hard on black people was because his wife had ran off with a black man and went north, and he never forgave black people for that. But he was extremely brutal. Nigger get back, and out of every word he uttered was nigger. So with those kinds of things, there was a great, great desire for change. The newspaper periodically would allow a black writer to, once a week, put in the colored column. But blacks were totally excluded from everything. The police would come down into the black community and likewise evoke fare, and most of them came only to collect from little confectionaries that were selling illegal either moonshine or the numbers, Bolita.
I was going to ask about Bolita, because wasn't that a very big part of
The Boeing
scene?
machine. That was the thing that they would feed off. The 2 or 3 black saloon owners, and again the Irish had control. There was a white fella, as well as I know him, his name slips me, but he had as his main Negro fellow named Kelly Bryant, and when his name I know, but the Irish at that time lived mainly in the area of Lott Street, Hall, Montgomery, all up in there, and when they gave that area over to blacks, the number man moved out to 40th and Jefferson. But the house that he lived in on Lott, he turned it over to the head black who was running the numbers for him.
This is Kelly.
Kelly Bryant. He lived on Lott Street. And he had his heyday during the 40s and early 50s, while Boeing was in vogue. They had all of the Bolita runners, and their boys were, his boys, Kelly boys, were the big sports in the black community all along West Broad Street. There were some of the finest dressers, sports cars, big livers, but early in the morning they could be seen making their rounds and selling those 5 and 10 cent numbers, lucky numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the evening, after the number had fallen, then they would get their women, go after their women. But it was on this kind of a background that the effort to obtain the vote and to make change, and one of the things that blacks, as results of voting, I can recall, there were no decent either places to vote in the black community. I remember a place in the garage of the Monroe Funeral Home on West Broad Street, the service station at Gwinnett in West Broad, Lester Johnson's place, and then another garage, a little small garage, not large as this room, or just large enough for one automobile, was used as a voting place at 37th and West Broad. And it was at the 37th and West Broad voting place that the most dramatic of all the voter slowdowns occurred. Well, the trials of blacks, the trials and tribulations of blacks first in registering to vote was one thing, because you would be ignored. If they decided to give you a chance, and it wasn't really a chance, it was a very hostile and a very difficult kind of situation to satisfy the registrar. White people, just as a matter of course, would be standing right next to you in another line. They would register without any difficulty and go on. But the whole idea was that you were black and therefore subhuman and not capable of performing the task of citizenship task.
Now, the slowdown after registration took place, maybe you could describe what happened at
They,
37.
there again, first thing that it was horrible because most of the elections took place during warm weather. And
July was the primary at that time.
all right, and then they took place during warm weather. The sun would be beating down sometime as much as 100 degrees. And the places where blacks voted, with few exceptions, were all outdoor, so that it meant only one or two people could stand inside the voting place, and all of the others had to stand out on the streets. And there were long lines because they had made no provisions for the 19,000. Prior to that, there were only, say, a handful of 2,000 or 3,000 blacks. And now they were being required to vote in the same places that formerly had the capacity for only 200 or 300 people. Thousands of blacks were being handled, again by white registrars, by white poll workers, I meant, white poll watchers, who again had no interest in seeing that the black vote came through, because they knew to a large extent that the black vote was for change. And the people who had controlled the voting up until that time had all been people who were satisfied with things as they were because they were benefiting from it, and were not willing to allow too many new voters to enter the situation who would have views different from their own.
The poll watchers were connected with the administration.
Oh yes, they were part of the in crowd. They named the poll watchers. It was only after we began to participate that we began to demand that our own people assist with the registering to vote. It's one of the things that didn't come easy, but eventually we were able to get the registrar to leave the courthouse and to come to churches and to other places to register. It did not come, though, all of a sudden.
Right.
But over a period of time, we liberalized it to that extent. And that we then began to create a kind of two-party system even within the Democratic Party. And the crowd that blacks supported soon became amenable to allowing us, and we did. In the 60s, we began to name our own poll workers and to do all of the other things that would make. And it created a situation where we then got access to the voters list and began to really work, not as outsiders, but in a very scientific and a systematic manner. That had not been the case up until that time.
Were you present at 37th and Broad at
It's
that
probably, it's the election that Mingledorf ran for chairman, as I recall.
Okay.
Lee Mingledorf ran for chairman. And it was the first effort on the part of John Rozakis to seek elected office. He was running for the county commission.
Okay.
Mingledorf had a terrible attitude. He was really mean. His people were landowners, literally plantation owners, up the road, I think, between here and Scriven County, somewhere close by there. And he ran, and blacks were so set on getting him out of office, defeating him, and all of that crowd, that it rained while they were standing in the lines, and the lines would begin at 37th Lane on West Broad, move to 37th Street, and then south or west on 37th Street all the way to Burris. There would be perhaps as many as 2, 3, 4, and even in excess of that, people in the lines, and it rained. People still stood in the lines, would not move. The sun came out and it rained again, and then the night came, and 7 o'clock came, and because the capacity, one voting machine, with all of these people waiting to vote, they were still there. And of course, it is true that they refused to leave the line. And they just stood there and stood until they were allowed to vote. And it was not until, I guess, way midnight before anybody began to get any idea what the results of the election had been.
Was this the 40s, or was this after that? Was it
The last, the Mingledorf election,
somewhat later?
had to be 22 to 25 years ago. But in all of it, blacks would not be deterred. The man that Dr. Gilbert had the good sense to turn the Crusade for Voters, the Democratic Club over to, was John McLaughlin.
Okay,
And he was a kind of soft-spoken person, but nevertheless a very persistent man. He had beaten the bushes. He had gone. No group was too small, no group too large for him to speak to and to plead with to register the vote. I am certain I was not close to him. I was in and out of his place, but he was somewhat of a private person. But I'm certain that in view of the fact that he had served on grand juries and this kind of thing, he at least knew some of the courthouse crowd, and was able to serve as a moderating, a person who could, yes, and to finally, even grudgingly, get some attention when others could not get attention. But it was never easy for blacks to vote during the 40s nor the 50s, because there were never enough machines and enough voting places. Right. And because they had to pay, apparently, to rent the place where the voting took place, again, they were not interested in dealing with blacks, so that there were very few locations that they would even contract for. And as a result, the black voting places, with few exceptions, were very undesirable. You'd almost have to crawl over trash cans and all of that type of thing to get to some of the voting places. But one voting machine, they never gave enough capacity for the increased voting. And then with the inclement weather, hot summers, rain, it made no difference, but they kept the lines to register and they kept the lines to vote. All because, to a large extent, they wanted to see change, and the leadership of that community, of that time, had an agenda. Because when the Kennedy administration came in,
right,
we elected a new recorder, who was Emanuel Lewis. He was Jewish, and he'd grown up among blacks. Emanuel Lewis grew up at the corner of West Broad and Oak, upstairs over the store that his people operated. So he knew blacks all of his life. And blacks, I think many of them knew him. And I think, too, that they had some respect for him as a lawyer and as a Jew. Well, during his young days, later, I think he became indifferent. But during his young days, he was a decent person. And a radical thing happened when the court he promised in running for office that he would discontinue the derogatory manner in which blacks were treated in the court, and that he would do away with nigger, and everybody would be addressed with respect. This was a radical thing to happen, and that time he also instituted the broadcasting of the trials of the police court on Monday morning. There was a local radio station that carried the court on that morning. And so blacks all over the city would be able to hear Judge Emanuel Lewis as he would dress down a lawyer, and who would come in and say, "Judge, this nigger was so-and-so," and he'd wrap him down and make him be respectful, and he'd come, "This boy," and blacks immediately got a chance, even those who were not before the court and who did not go to the court, got a chance to see that there was a change, and that there were people in government that were insisting that they be respected.
That is a radical departure, also a very creative kind of thing to do, for whatever reason. I have a few names here who I'd like to know more about. Mr. T.J. Hopkins, do you remember him?
Most certainly.
I had him in some sort of connection with the NAACP, is that correct, or?
Not in its later days, in its young days.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very early days, before when the NAACP, like historic preservation, in its early days it was principally elitist. That
Okay.
is, the select people, the people
Right.
who were educated and the like, and he was one of the early presidents,
I see.
but I did not get any evidence that he did anything significant while president. I'm not sure. It appears that the movement died
Right.
under his leadership,
Right.
or soon thereafter. It was not very vigorous. He was not persistent. I think, as I know Mr. Hopkins, he was fairly well respected. He's a native Savannah. We all lived, initially I was born on Gwinnett Street, and
Right.
they lived across the street. He went off to Howard and had a degree in engineering, came back to Savannah with a reserve commission as well, went and served in World War II and came out as colonel, and he was one of the initial men, and he was very active in forming the American Legion,
Okay.
the colored American Legion.
Right.
He was the first black American Legion commander in Georgia. Post 500, named for William P. Jordan, one of the Savannahans to fall
Right.
in World War II.
Uh-huh.
William P. Jordan was the brother, as I recall, of Dr. Howard Jordan, who served in the Chancellor's office
Okay.
for the Board of Regents, a former president of Savannah State College. They all came out of Beaufort, but they had
Okay.
spent some of their young life here in Savannah.
Right.
Colonel Hopkins was also, sometime between World War, after coming back from Howard, he was part of another group, because he always had political ambitions. They tried to create a black Democratic club very early, before the white primary was done away with. He was active in that group.
What was that called? Do you remember?
It was
It was
It was some kind of Democratic club.
I have some organization, the 5 Cs.
Well, it was the 4 Cs, wasn't it?
Okay. Colored Citizens Committee of Chatham County.
All right, well, he was active in that. And
Okay.
that was made up mainly of the blacks. Didn't, again, last too long, but
Right,
it was
okay.
made up of the blacks who lived in the 500 block of what we call the 400s, the 500 block of East Henry. They were the real estate, the doctors,
Okay.
the undertakers, all of the top blacks of means.
I see.
Anderson Street, they were
Right.
the 5 Cs. But they were a group, as I recall it, that attempted to deal with the Boeing machine.
I see.
And there were just a very small black vote, but through the patronage given them, they would try to deliver the black vote for the Boeing machine. So much so that out of the 5 Cs came, if I had to, a few things they accomplished. I think they were given some crumbs when they asked for a colored swimming pool. And a mud hole was built in some low land just south of 37th Street and just in front of the cemetery. It had concrete sides, big square swimming hole with a mud bottom. And that swimming pool, it seems to me, the main person in the 5 Cs at that time had to be a lawyer, James J.G. Lemon. And it seemed that the pool was somewhat of a political payoff because Mr. Lemon was given management of the pool.
I see.
And it seems that he could collect fees and pocket them.
I see.
And that was his payoff for the service to the Boeing machine.
Now, I've seen elsewhere in Mr. Haynes Walton's book an account of a memory that you have from a boy seeing black politicians getting paid off or something like that during the Depression years, seeing black politicians sort of getting their payoff from the white politicians or the white machine. Is there some episode of
When
that
we
type?
came down West Broad Street, if you had mentioned this earlier, I would have shown you 1 or 2 neon crosses in front of black churches that were put there shortly after blacks began to vote in large numbers by a fellow named Butterworth, Butter something, but he was a neon sign man here in the city, and he ran for some political office. And he would make the rounds of the black churches and with meetings and held meetings. And for every church that agreed to give him support, he would award them by erecting a neon cross
Right.
in front of the church. This kind of thing. I do recall doing a meeting at Thankful Baptist Church. The preacher there at that church, this Thankful Church at that time was occupying a building that had formerly been St. Augustine's Episcopal mission. In that meeting I was actually almost, I found it revolting that Butter, I can't remember, Bentonfield or Butterfield, I can't remember exactly what his name, because after a time he fell out of the picture and the business is gone and the neon sign business is no longer here or any. But I did see, as results of the being allowed to hold the political meeting there, I saw the preacher having money pushed in his hands.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Blacks could not run for office and win anything. By the way, by the late 50s, the Citizen Democrat organization had just about petered out.
Right.
And in the middle 50s, under my leadership, the NACP began to lay an agenda and to build strength. And in '59, we had decided that we were going big, that for the first time we were going to acquire an office, a telephone, and then began to desegregate, and we developed a plan that we would attack the library first because it's small and it represented a key to the integration of school, the full access of books, and that we would attack the library, desegregate it, because we felt that we had that capacity at that moment.
Right.
And that we would then pick up momentum as results of that attack, and then we would attack another segregation practice, and then until we had moved about and had completely desegregated the town. Well, just about the time that we got ready to launch our attack against segregation, late 50 and early 60, the beginning of 1960, the young people came
Right.
with the request for the sit-ins. So that meant that the momentum that we were going to have to orchestrate and build
Yeah.
was placed at our feet almost all at once.
Right.
So then we just began to strike out at everything. Now, with that in mind, elections were all citywide or countywide. We did not have the voting power citywide to elect a black because, and there were one or two blacks who insist on running. I was never enthusiastic about it because my theory has always been that it's important that when we lead people, that we lead them into something that's attainable. I don't really believe that you strengthen people if they're already in a failing situation, and then you lead them to a bigger failure. I think you hurt them, you harm them. They begin to doubt themselves, so you've got to give them a victory. And then after that, a victory or two, there's a maturity, then they can win or lose and say, well, I lost this one, but I won one yesterday and I'll win again tomorrow. But to get them in a situation where they have never won, and then you lead them and build their hopes, and then they don't win then. So I was never enthusiastic about those blacks who wanted to venture in citywide elections because we do know that in spite of all, there are many whites who smile in your face, but when they get in the voting booth, all of the fears of black domination or anything else seem to come to the fore, and very few of them will vote their convictions. There are other kinds of pressures and other kinds of reasons. And as a result, no blacks were elected. The Reverend preacher at Asbury Methodist Church ran and lost. I believe Sam Williams ran or something and lost. There were several. But finally, we sat down in the early 60s with a group of young fellows who wanted to, it might have been 62, 1961. But they came to us and asked for our vote. And we told them that in exchange for the vote, we would need a commitment that when they got to the legislature, they would introduce a bill that would district the city and county so that blacks would be able to be elected to some offices. They agreed, say, vote for us, we'll introduce the bill. The first two candidates that we supported forgot their pledge. So 2 years later, when they came up for election, we met with another two, and they agreed to make the same pledge. So we voted the first two out and voted in the second.
Who were who? That Bowles, Ford, and Roy Jackson?
No. These are members to the state legislature.
Okay.
Because we had to create the districts.
Right, okay.
Right.
Right, I see.
And this is an NAACP contribution that every black officer in this area owe it to the NAACP for creating the possibility. No black has ever won a citywide election except Judge Gaston, who ran for Superior Court, and Bowles Ford and succeeding blacks who ran on the Rosacus ticket.
I see.
They ran as a ticket.
I see.
But other than that, the biasness, the prejudice has always prevailed. And whites in no case have ever supported a black in substantial numbers. Then there would be some who would say in the recent election of Roy Allen to the Senate that is not so. But again, the district is predominantly black.
Well, who were these first two state legislators succeeded by the second?
We'd have to look up the
Okay.
record.
And when did the redistricting take place?
We'd have to look it up, somewhere
Well,
around 63 or 64,
yeah,
because
somewhere.
whenever it occurred, that's when Bobby Hill went to the legislature.
Okay.
It's right around that time, 63,
That's right.
64.
That's
It's,
correct. Bobby
there's
Hill,
congressional and legislative
that's correct.
reapportionment in both
He
houses
then
at
went
that
to
time.
he then went to the legislature.
It was ordered by the courts.
How about the city council? Did you do the same thing with city council?
Well,
City government?
Well, they district the whole.
Yeah.
Okay.
The legislature created district elections for us for city, county, state, everything.
This is before the Voting Rights Act of 65.
That's
And after the Voting Rights Act goes to the Justice Department.
That's right, but we were never under that because the NAACP developed a modus operandi in '60 that held us in good stead in all of this period of social change. And that is that blacks who came weekly to the mass meeting
Right.
looked to us to tell them who the candidates were. So then it was then necessary for us, before each election, to print a sample ballot indicating who the NAACP recommend for each office. And the sample was an NAACP sample ballot. And blacks in this community would not vote on election day except that they had that ballot as a guide.
So you're saying the mass meetings were a form of keeping elected officials accountable too?
Oh, yes, no question. It did everything. It did everything. We used it for every purpose that we needed to use it for.
Did you invite white politicians to speak at these meetings? Or to attend them?
They were done in what we call the Political Advisory Committee.
Right.
Judge Gaston headed. You see, after the Crusade for Voters pulled out, it was the voting arm, and went with
Hosea.
the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. It was necessary for us to create another voting and registering voting arm. So we then created the Political Advisory Council, and that was made up of people again from all stratas, all communities, all walks of life. And Judge Gaston was the chairman, and it was called the NAACP Political Advisory Council. And before election, there would be a meeting held where all people aspiring for office would come and would appear before the group for examination. They would speak, they would be asked questions, and they would be examined. And after hearing them all, in secret the group would then vote as to what persons would get the group's endorsement. And the white politicians were kept out, the press was kept out, and we had a procedure that we would not produce the ballot, our advisory ballot that would guide blacks on the next day, until the night before election.
Right.
And we had one white lawyer who tried to get smart on one election. Because he couldn't get the endorsement, he hired people. He hired and printed a ballot similar to ours with his name on it, and sent his people through the black community after dark to pick up our ballots and to replace them with his ballots. It was soon discovered, and his deed did not get a chance to materialize. But from then on, his name was mud, and to this day, I don't care a thing for him. And but we developed a procedure. We were using the same people. Some of the people who were going to be in the polls the next day. The community leaders would come all to the headquarters and get their supply, and would go back and would cover door to door all of the people in their neighborhood. But we would not put the ballot out until after the newspaper had closed down, had printed its Monday morning issue,
Right.
or its election generally Tuesday.
Tuesday issue, right.
So it's Tuesday issue, or it's Thursday issue if it's
Right.
a November
Right.
election or something. But it would be after midnight before our ballots would hit the streets, because we did not want the press to get our ballot and rush it into the papers and say, this is where the black community is going. Because if it did, our endorsement of a white candidate would be to no avail, because then again there would be a backlash,
Right.
and he would be hurt. But as results of our operating that sophisticated method of block voting, whichever way the black community went, that's the way the election went, except for that awful period of hate when Nixon, Goldwater, and all of them were out there hollering hard on crime and
Right.
police and all of this kind of thing.
Right.
But the block vote served the blacks of this community to good avail.
Can you describe the atmosphere of the mass meetings? I think people today have very little understanding of sort of the ambience, the atmosphere, what went on, what it felt like to be in those mass meetings?
Number one, just as you've noticed, wherever we've gone, I've known the people. There were very few blacks that would come into the meeting that I would not know. I knew their background. I knew those who had come from the islands, and I knew those that had come from up the road as far as Sylvania and Millen, and Statesboro. And we had to draw on the heritage and the experiences that they had come from, their rural churches, their knowledge of the soil, and all of that kind of thing. So the meetings began with hymn singing spirituals in the main. We sang a few of the old hymns of the church. Father, I stretch my hands to thee, no other help I know. Something of that sort. And but it was mainly the free leader response method that is found in the spirituals. Mm-hmm. And then we would call on some good deacon to pray. Then after the prayer, the speaker generally would base his talk on the happenings of the week previously, and would conclude with what our resolute and what direction that we would be taken, whether it be to hold fast or to do some specific something, to go out and to register the vote, or to give in order that a lawyer could be attained, and, or what it was. And then oftentimes those people that would have been beaten or thrown into jail, they would be the stars of the meeting, and they would come forth even before the speaker and would be introduced, and they would have something to say about their experience. And then it would be the speaker, a collection. All of the people would get up and come and lay whatever they had to give. And there would be more singing, and it would be over.
How would you describe, I'm almost reluctant to use this word, but sort of the atmosphere, the energy almost of...
Well, it was terrific, there's no question about it. You had people that would be rushing. Some who had gone to church that morning would go home for dinner, others would not go home. And they would be rushing to get to the mass meeting in order to get a seat, because many people had to stand during the entire 2 hours and sometime even longer. We'd begin at 4, and sometime even night would come before the meeting was over. But people would be rushing. You could tell them, you could see them dashing through the street. You know they're on their way to the mass meeting. Some of them would be in their place as much as 30 minutes or even longer before the start of the meeting in order to have a seat.
I wanted to go back a bit in time to flesh out a little bit more about Reverend Gilbert, because I really do feel that he is, from all accounts, a real pivotal, perhaps the pivotal person in the modern movement in
There's
Savannah.
no question, not only in Savannah, throughout Georgia, I keep telling you.
Throughout Georgia.
Because of the network of branches that he created, and the following through and making successful the Primus King case. Because all of this, in spite of what we say about marches and what have you, it was the beginning of the movement is with the breaking up of the white primary in Georgia. Mm-hmm. Up until then, the primary was a private club for white folk, and a black man could not even influence any kind of politician. Those who would listen to him did it by sufferance only. And the whole situation, as I remember voting, the blacks could only vote. We sat around and waited for Wendell Wilkie's election.
Right.
Voted every 2 to 4 years. That was the only kind of involvement that we had. As a young man, I voted for Wilkie, and after that, always Roosevelt. But and the reason that we voted for Wilkie was because all of the black political leadership of my youth who had had any kind of involvement in politics
Right.
had it as part of the black and tan
Right. The
Republicans.
Republicans, sure.
There was Toomer,
Mm-hmm.
L.B. Toomer, Benjamin S. Adams,
Right.
and all of that crowd of men who had, Mamie George Williams, Mrs. Mamie George Williams, and all that crowd of men and women who had, for 20 and 30 years before, had been struggling to influence at least whatever Republican patronage there was to be handled in Georgia from the
Republican administration.
from the Hoover days on.
McKinley, even.
Well, but there were hardly any people
Left up.
from the McKinley days that were still living and active.
Mr. Toomer wasn't he? Lewis Toomer, L.B. Toomer?
That was his father.
Oh, okay.
They had the same name.
Okay.
What about, you described yesterday the involvement of Reverend Gilbert in the early 40s.
Yeah, that's what he's just talking about.
What
I would
happened
like
then
to,
in the, yeah.
I would actually sort of like to
It
follow up on that.
it was Gilbert who led blacks into the future. Up until then, as I indicate, the only credible leadership of any real consequence was the Republican
Right.
wing. And it was Gilbert who created the mass Democratic support. He created the whole kind of machinery on this end,
Mm-hmm.
linked up with A.T. Walden and the other men throughout the state. And they laid the undergirding for all of the present day fruitations that we're now getting with mayors and
Right.
councilmen and the like.
Did you ever go around with Gilbert to these little communities to
Oh
help
yes,
establish
I
chapters?
went with him.
Where did
to
you go?
many. I went to many. The meetings were generally on Saturday. On Saturday because, again, many of the rural places, the leader was a preacher. Sometimes it was the professor, and other times a long-time big landowner and this kind of thing. Went with him to many.
So the process was first to identify local leadership and establish a chapter. Second, to have those chapters raise money for the defense of Primus King, or for the case of...
All of that happened. All of that happened. There were other things that they did. I realize that you have mainly the political
Well, I'm
emphasis, but
broadly
there were
defined.
other things that they did.
Such as?
There was always a need to try to defend the hide and the head of some black man. There were many defense funds for black who had been brutalized and beaten, or something else of the case, arrested for a trumped up charge. They took cases of that kind. There was always, in the early days, the insistence and the creation of committees to insist that the county and the board provide equal education, equal access to education on the part of blacks. They did the separate but equal.
Right,
This is the period where we did a whole lot in petitioning and pushing and forcing and trying to get... Dr. Gilbert led the fight in Georgia for the equalization of teacher pay.
Right.
Black teachers got less than white teachers. He was the person who fought for and led that fight for the equalization of teacher pay.
I think Mr. Harper was involved with that too. if I'm
Oh,
not
sure it
mistaken.
was. They were contemporaries.
And even M.L. King Sr. was, I think, in local.
Oh, come.
No?
M.L. King Sr., Borders much more so.
Okay.
Borders much more so, and who again had been Republican, but
Right.
to a large extent, Daddy King came into maturity as a result of the involvement of his son
Okay.
and this
Okay.
kind of thing.
Okay.
He was somewhat of a minor. The preachers, Sam Williams, Reverend
Right.
Sam Williams,
Right.
Friendship Church, Morehouse College.
Right.
All right, you're talking about the giants.
Okay.
Sam Williams did more to school and to motivate that young group of boys and girls around Atlanta who
Right.
later went into it. He was a philosopher.
Right.
And he was that kind of guy who was challenging, who could motivate. There were so many.
Well, let's talk about some of the giants. Let's talk about Colonel Walden. A name, as you said, that has kind of gone out of, consciousness. And let's talk about, Colonel Walden as an organizer, as a man.
Well, more so than just an organizer. He was available, blacks, whenever they needed somebody. He had the legal training and was not afraid. Looked like he had bulldog appearances, and he was just as tough as he looked, you see. Soft-spoken, but who would lay the legal questions. And he was just out there at a time when a lawyer to take the pleadings of a black who had been wronged in the courts of Georgia was just something that none of us here can imagine. It was true even in Hollowell's time, but even more so in Walden's time, because all of us know that as we gained political power, we likewise got better treatments in the court.
Sure.
And that many blacks, in many cases, did not realize until after they began voting how their vote could change the attitude of courts and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
And the areas where blacks caught the greatest amount of hell was also the areas where they had the lowest amount of voters.
And then these chapters would, again, back to the politics, these chapters would give a few dollars here, a few dollars there, whatever they could, you're saying, for say, to support the Primus King case through the courts.
Rallies were held.
Okay.
Dr. Gilbert could speak everywhere, and you're talking about Martin King now, but in his day, the folk would come from miles around to hear Ralph Mar Gilbert, and that's all they called him. It wasn't ever, he was doctor, all that type of thing, but it was Ralph Mar Gilbert.
Hold on,
And
just.
he was, go ahead.
Okay.
Benjamin May has never been given credit because he too was one of the most sought after public speakers in his particular during the first all of the years that he had Morehouse.
Right.
He traveled throughout the state at graduation time in particular with baccalaureate and commencement addresses. He was a great inspirational speaker. And I'm certain that nothing had a greater impression on Martin King, Jr. than those chapel talks that Buck Benny made. And it was Buck Benny who first talked about nonviolence, and then of course he went off, and Martin became exposed to the pacifist organization that Byron Ruster and others were involved in. But Dr. Mays and Gilbert were probably the two, and John Wesley Dobbs.
Right.
They were the three most sought after black speakers of that day and time. They were the most sought after. Ralph Mark Gilbert, John Wesley Dobbs, and Benjamin Elijah Mays. Those were the most sought after speakers.
Describe, if you could, Ralph Mark Gilbert's style and presence, delivery.
Well, he
of
was a
the
green
presence.
slab burner. He was an orator of the first water. Because he was a dramatist, his memory was phenomenal. And as for recalling, I can recall if he would wax eloquent, he could start at the beginning of the present crisis. Once to every man and nation comes the moment to the side, and then rattle it all off to the end.
Did he finish his career here in Savannah?
Yes, he's buried here.
When did he die?
I'd have to check
He said
that
in the
date.
50s sometime.
It was in the 50s, around 57, something like that.
And so he continued his leadership role throughout his career here, or did it taper off
Oh no, he held the leading church of this community.
up until he died?
Oh yes, there's no question about it. People, there were people who would leave their church services if they knew that he was going to do a sermon. And he would have people in his congregation from every other congregation in town on Sunday morning. And young people, many of them would leave their churches and join his church. A terrific drawing force. A man of unlimited energy who just literally worked himself to death because he was involved in every aspect, the cultural life, the political life, the religious life, the educational life. It makes no difference. Just literally worked himself to death. And then, of course, he was an evangelist, you see. So he traveled and spoke all over and then came back to fill his own pulpit.
And I assume in Indiana he had been a leading figure in the NAACP there. Is that, I mean, I assume...
I am not going to assume anything.
Okay. Do you know much of his life before
No,
Savannah?
that's why I'm not assuming.
Okay.
But he was well trained, as I indicated. He was Morehouse. And at the time that he and many others went to Morehouse, Morehouse was an incubator
Right.
for producing pulpiteers and black leaders, great inspirational souls. It did that, and he had come from that particular background.
Did he ever speak of Du Bois? Would Du Bois have been there when he was a student?
Du Bois was never at
He was
Morehouse.
at AU.
He was already, Du Bois came back. He came back.
34 to 44.
He was there until
Yeah.
1913.
All right, no.
1906, wasn't it?
Well, 1900 too.
That's,
Well,
yeah. You see,
And then came back 34 to 44.
that's correct. That's correct.
Dr. Gilbert, or Ralph Mark Gilbert, comes to Savannah, and I gather that almost immediately you realize that this is a different kind of, individual in a sense, that this is somebody truly unique, or, so how long did it take before he made his presence fit when he
Well,
was in town?
if you would check your tapes, you will find that I said that he was introduced to the community when the PTA, the colored PTA, invited him here to do a drama, to do a play,
Right.
in order to raise money for a purpose. They fell in love with him then. Then the church called him back for the trial sermon, and it was just love at first sight, that kind of thing. But I have been told by the Reverend John Q. Adams, who's now 97, that Dr. Gilbert was not doing very well in New York. He was in Harlem, kind of halfway down on his huffs. And that Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Was interested in seeing that he was placed in a role where he could branch out and do the things that he was capable of doing. And according to Reverend Adams, it was Adam Clayton Powell Jr. who kind of urged this community to take, or the church, to take Dr. Gilbert.
Right. I don't know if you've thought any more since yesterday or not of other giants across the state or brave individuals such as Mr. Pullman in Terrell County, whether over the last 24 hours other people have come to mind who you think really warrant that kind of recognition today?
Well, I knew them all over the country. I knew them all over the country.
Right.
I knew them all over the country.
I have one or two other names from the 40s, and then we might do some other more general things. These are white individuals in that 46 era. Mulberry Smith?
Mm-hmm.
You remember what?
Oh, yes.
Was he? Or Frank Spencer's another name. I didn't know what role they played or what involvement they had, or I saw their names came up at that time. Maybe with the CPL, with the Citizens Progressive League.
Well, Smith would have only appeared at some particular episode, but Captain
Spencer.
Frank W. Spencer, old line Savannah family, again like Malcolm McLean, and he was third generation river pilot. His father and his grandfather before him had all been river pilots. Captain Spencer said that he was indifferent to race, just as Malcolm Bell will tell you when his attitude changed about race. But Frank Spencer was a seaman, and he was out at sea, and he was on a ship that was passing around the Cape, that southern tip of the globe. And he said a storm came up. The ship was in great danger and would be tossed against the waves, and it took every man to brace and to do his duty. And he said courageously he saw the valor of white men and black men all struggling with the ship to keep from going under. And he said it was at that moment he developed a respect for black people. Well, he came back here, and from then on, he was never the same. No white church, he felt, was honest in its religious profession. They were all white, so he either disassociated or refused to associate with any white congregation. And he joined the community church in New York that had an open, I think John Holt might have been pastor at that time, a very liberal and forward-thinking person. I think he appeared in the NACP board in its early days. Well, Captain Spencer joined a community church and remained all of his days. He married, I think, a second wife who was from Minnesota, and she likewise must have introduced Captain Spencer to Hubert Humphrey. But he and Hubert Humphrey remained very close and dear friends for the rest of Hubert Humphrey's life. Captain Spencer was a very unique kind of person. He was the manager for the Atlantic Touring Company. This was a touring company that was owned by the richest blacks, or the richest whites in the community, Robert W. Groves, and all that bunch who had interest in the touring company, and they had a monopoly. they took care of the business for every ship that came into the port. And he was the manager. He became wealthy in that position himself. But he was a fair man, and as results, he gave everybody, white and black, a fair shake in the employment on board all of the tugboats. And even very early in his operation, or some period long before anybody else would think of doing it, he promoted black men to be pilots in the tugboats, or captain of tugboats, and that kind of thing. He joined with Dr. Gilbert as soon as he came to town and was one of Dr. Gilbert's strongest friends and supporters. One of those people who helped provided the financial support and the kind of things that Dr. Gilbert needed, and they were allies in many things. Particular was Captain Spencer interested in doing something about the very poor educational facilities provided blacks in this community. And so before blacks could get on the board, he ran, I think the board must have been first an appointed board. He was instrumental in getting himself named, and he could very easily do so, I would imagine. Why they did it, I don't know, because they knew his views.
Right.
But nevertheless, he was associated with Robert W. Groves, the sugar refinery people, and the community owed Captain Spencer a debt because he was a tremendously fine river pilot. And he became what they call pilot of the port. The chief pilot. He held that position for a long time. But back in the 20s, B.O. Sprague and his associates came to Savannah and were looking around for a place to locate the Savannah, to a sugar refinery. And Frank Spencer, and that time no boat ever navigated the river beyond the docks right here at the city. But they saw a site up at Port Wentworth that would have made a good industrial site. Captain Spencer assured them that he knew the channel well enough that he could bring a sugar boat, a Louisiana sugar boat, all the way from the Tybee Bar up to Port Wentworth and dock it. And because he maneuvered that astronomical fate, because nobody had ever taken a ship beyond the docks here at the city, he did that and literally saved the town, because the rosin and naval store thing was about to peter out, and there would have been nothing. He saved the town because he gave it a new industry, and by opening up that river channel, and he made it possible for all of the industries from Union Camp on, sugar refinery on down to Union Camp, to locate in Savannah, so that it was quite obvious that the powers that be knew that he was a valuable person, and that he had saved their hides and made it possible for them to make fortunes. Well, he was an independent man, short, very small, hardly more than 5'1", but tough as nails, and he remained an old salt all of his life. He worked with Dr. Gilbert. He got himself named to the Board of Education, and he constantly fought for black teachers and black schools, black children. For the 18 years that he served on the board, he would constantly make motions to equalize, this was in the 40s and the 50s, to equalize the white and black schools. And the motion would die in all 18 years for the want of a second. And then after we succeeded in getting the schools integrated, he was then in his 90s. He ran for the school board and served another term where he could likewise serve the cause of equal education.
He was in his 90s.
He was the first white life member of the NAACP in this town, and he openly supported black causes. He gave his funds and very supportive of the founding of everything that Dr. Gilbert was a part of. And many times he was there pushing and advocating things that others seemed not to have been, even blacks seemed not to have been interested in. Called me over to his house on one or two occasions, served on the pilot commission. That is the group that is responsible for passing on boys who want at an early age to prepare themselves to be river pilots. There's a special whole course of training, and it was his desire all through a good part of his life that blacks would eventually find their way into the stream and would become river pilots, because they're some of the best paying jobs. They generally make in excess of $100,000 a year bringing and carrying ships out. And it was his desire that we worked with me, and we succeeded in getting a black named to the Pilotage Commission, who was Captain Stevens, and about the only black at that time, in keeping with tradition, that could have served, because up until that time, now they take people who do not directly have a river interest, but at that time they looked solely to people who had a knowledge of the river and the like. But we have not thus far been able to identify black families whose children and the parents were all geared, say in the 7th and 8th grade, that they want to channel their training in that direction. It's a lot of training, and they have to start real early. If a person waits until after high school, it's too late.
Tim, I think you maybe had some final ladder questions.
Well, we just talked about giving an overview of African American history in Savannah, although we could do it in a week or a day. I was thinking maybe of kind of an outline we have on the transcripts we present you, and then we might use that for future sessions where we follow through. So I thought you might just spend 10 minutes sort of setting up how that might.
Or how the last 50 years relate to the longer history of Savannah, in some ways. What is the connection between the Savannah of your lifetime and the Savannah, Black Savannah, that goes back to 1733?
Well, Savannah has always been, for blacks, a kind of unique experience. There are some of us who felt, because the resistance here was not as openly hostile as it was elsewhere in Georgia, and in many times elsewhere in the South, that there was a certain layback, a certain lackadaisicalness, a certain amount of complacency that exist that might not have been good, because the old folk here will always tell you that they never had any problems about sitting in the squares. Most of things were open. The so-called white, the old folk used to speak of the old whites who had money as the blue bloods. These people never really felt threatened by blacks, and many of them had had very close black relationships. Some of them had been raised by black women, and in many cases felt warmer toward the nurse, and sometimes the cook, than they did, or the maid, than they did their own mother, because of the kind of care and the kind of wisdom and the kind of discipline that black women exerted in those homes, in the early homes of the white blue bloods. Many of those blacks who had been in the service of their families for long periods of time kind of felt as though they owned the place, and those families accept them as family. And as a result, these people use their relationship with their white folk to build churches. Some of the blacks who were related to the whites of this community by blood ended up getting favorable consideration sometime in being set up in business. Others in the teaching positions when they became available. So much so that during my youth, the vast majority of the teachers throughout my school year were mulatto and not dark-skinned blacks. But at the outset, there were many reasons why whites were not, the class of white people were different from the vast areas out beyond the city, because Georgia originally was a kind of backwood, wooded area. Savannah and Augusta for a long time were the only two cultural centers, and the expression peckerwood comes from the very rough-hued, independent but willingness backwood white that made up the large portion of the growing population outside of the two river towns. They, in many cases, were people not of the class and planter rice culture of the Tidewater. And as a result, blacks in the Tidewater, because of the lucrativeness in the early days of the rice culture, blacks were brought in far greater numbers than the whites really felt comfortable with. Along the coast of Georgia, blacks began to exceed the white population. And early during the existence of blacks, here they were running away, moving out into wilderness areas like Tybee. Up along the river, they established Moreto camps, and there was always a threat that blacks would become violent, and many of the planters, in order to maintain the balance, realized that they had to be kind and somewhat benevolent in order to exist, and as a result, the blacks along the coast, in many cases, were left to their own devices. There were several situations where blacks resort to violence, and compromises were made rather than to ferment any further violence. But the large number of blacks along the coast created a certain atmosphere and a certain balance of power in order to keep white control. They were not the majority in numbers, and as a result, they had to establish a relationship with the majority in numbers, which were blacks, in order that they could coexist and that the whites could profit by the presence of the blacks and continue to communicate with and to operate with the mills of the North and the dealers and the business people of England. Savannah likewise became very early a peculiar town because, being a seaport town, early in our architecture, early in our operation, Northerners came into the city for one reason after another, some for business. The first builder brought into the town was a Northerner who insisted on receiving blacks at his front door, and it created some consternation in the town and was finally forced out. But there were quite a bit Northerners, and the rice culture, a great number of the dealers were Englishmen. And then, of course, the English brought their ways. So that it being a seaport town, it was not the typical southern town. Although the various slave codes were adopted, the evidence is quite clear that they were not harshly enforced. And rightly so, because we do know where there were one or two confrontations, and the better judgment of whites were not to push the matter too far. And blacks being coming either from Africa or from the West Indies, there were many of them who were pretty militant, but who desired no white contact, but merely to be left alone on the islands among themselves. So much so that when freedom came, there was Tunis Campbell, who immediately seized upon the idea and attempted to create at St. Catherine and in Darien a black republic. There was a black village on Little Tybee, Arkwright village or Arkwright community, and all along the Georgia coast there was a black community at Burris, just 11 miles out of Savannah, where when the land was not divided as was promised, the blacks rioted, and the militia, the white militia, had to be sent in, and they hauled off hundreds of blacks into the local jails here. But they operated their own town 11 miles outside the city at Burris. And it was all this kind of independence that exists. The study of the free blacks during the antebellum period, to see that as early as the 1790s, wealthy blacks were rising on the scene here in Savannah. And to realize that Andrew Bryant, in his early church, one of the first things that he had done was to arrange for, one of the early things that he did was to arrange for the purchase of a free black from an estate in Augusta, and brought Francis here to work among the members of his church and to teach reading and writing. That was in the 1790s. So that many, many unusual things occurred. And the presence of Jonathan Bryan at Brampton Plantation, permitting in the 1780s free religious expression on the part of blacks on his plantation, unthought of anywhere else in the South, anywhere else where they were worshiping without the presence of a white person to watch to make sure that there was no misbehavior and insurrection. That here in Savannah, the first blacks to freely worship among themselves under their own leadership, it occurred here. And with all of these kind of many uniquenesses is the reason that I have established the museum and the heritage trail, and we're now going into a cultural center where we need to place here in this area a true interpretation as to what not only the negative aspects of what it meant to be black in this area, but what all the positive aspects of being black in this area is all about.
Thank you very much.